We make the trip from Le Mans in Europe across to North America for the start of the final 2 rounds of the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series. And what a season it has been so far. Thrills, spills, drama and excitement. Will the final 2 rounds deliver? We're at the business end of the championship. What is going to happen? It's all up for grabs. I'm Tim Cox. He's back with me. Sam Fitzpatrick. Sam, it's lots of straights here, some 90-degree corners and some really treacherous parts of the circuit. I think it's going to really be a challenge for quite a few of the drivers.
Exactly. This place is a fairly narrow circuit, but our host last time was a much different circuit, a much longer circuit. It was Le Mans, of course, and we will have a recap now of what happened last time out.
Let's get ready to go racing from Le Mans in round 4, the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series, as we are green.
You might be able to pull away later. I remember Zupa was under big pressure last time out. As here we go, there's going to be a move change for the lead. Pure Sims lead the way in LMDH. Corby thinking sensibly and lifting and coasting, but yeah, it will be tempting for them to push by the end. As here comes the move for Walk Racing Red past Effect Simulations 908, a fantastic turn of speed, but Effect are coming back.
In real life, you can really notice it, certainly when you walk the cars, they're still side by side as they dive down into Andy. And once again, Effect looking for the switchback, and I think they might get this one done, Sam. That is a beautiful little move there from Effect. But straight back out them is Moldova, and he does not want to give up this place whatsoever.
As Sabo, yeah, have moved past Effects, but oh, that's a huge slide. What a save that was.
Meanwhile, for your lead in LMP2, side by side, could Dawson defend around the outside of Indianapolis. He's going to have to do it yet again, Sam. Onto the brakes they come. So he looks for the switchback, which he made work against Walk Racing Red. The Arctic Racing LMP2 in the hands of PJ Claysons.
Remember they all spin round for Manatee Racing Green. What a mistake. These are the top 2 in the championship, and the 91 car would have known when rivals have lost 50 seconds due to a single error. They needed to take advantage of this. I don't think they are though tonight, because already with 18 minutes of the race remaining, Manatee Racing Green move back up to 3rd position.
Making it 3 wins from 4. It's Race Clutch. He is your LMP2 winner. Congratulations to Delatraz.
It's going to be Arnage competition to take a crucial race victory. 7 seconds clear.
Well, after the 4th round of the championship, let's take a look at what it's done to the championship standings. First off, heading across into LMDH, Sam, and it's Race Clutch who lead the way. And I mean, to be fair, Sam, they can wrap the championship up tonight. It is mathematically possible.
They can. It's more than mathematically possible. It is very. You can see 150 points for them, 43 points clear of the rest. These points do take into consideration the drop scores, and so Race Clutch have had 3 wins and a 0 score. So their drop score is nothing, basically, which sort of helps them out quite a bit, because obviously they've got a perfect score right now. If they can get another race win tonight, they will have at least 50 points in advantage, and the biggest amount of points that you can score in a single round is 50 points. And so if they win tonight, they are the champions with a race to spare, and it would be Kia Tiago-Marteau's 5th Apex Racing League Championship, and in pretty much a 4th different category as well.
Well, yeah.
The GOAT of ARL is, I think, his appropriate nickname, and so it would be an amazing achievement. He's back tonight. He didn't race last time out, and they still won. So I think we could well see our first champions of the season tonight.
But it's that battle for second, Sam. That is so tight, and it could go absolutely any way. That's one that's going to go around to the wire. That's a given. Really interesting. Should have a little look across into LMP2 right now, and those drop points have really changed the landscape there a little bit.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd one last time out, because Walk Racing finished 5th, Pure Sims I believe finished 4th, and yet neither of them scored any points, because it was both their worst rounds, and so they could have finished 22nd. And it would have made no difference to the standings, because that round didn't count. Obviously, it does mean that they can do badly or finish, say, a little bit lower in this 5th and 6th rounds, and they still have that backup score from the previous round.
That's the crucial point, is it? It's a strong backup score to have stashed away in your pocket.
Exactly, but still Walk Racing Red leading the way. Pure Sims, I think, are going to be their main challengers. It's unlikely that anyone else is going to come into it, frankly. But, you know, the last round demonstrated that there's a lot of competitive teams in this LMP2s, and so they're not necessarily going to be winning these final 2 rounds because they were decently beaten last time out.
And because I know they love this catchphrase, Walker definitely not walking away with it.
Yeah.
First time tonight, hopefully the last for everyone at home.
Yeah.
So, well, moving swiftly on, Sam, let's take a look across into GTD as I nearly fall backwards on my chair there. That was nice and awkward on camera. Beniti, Sam, we saw during the highlights clip there that mistake on pit entry at Le Mans, but it hasn't really stopped their dominance, has it? I mean, we talk about the strength of Race Clutch in LMDH, but I mean, these guys, that's a stacked lineup. And say Arnage, the say about 91. Equally, they've got strong driver lineups too. Yeah,
Seabird were a little bit disappointing last time out though, because of course Manatee had that, they pretty much lost 50 seconds due to that mistake, because they lost 10 seconds due to a spin, and then they lost another 40 seconds because they got a stop-go penalty, it seemed, for an unsafe pit entry. And still Manatee were able to catch and pass them, and so that must have been really hard for Sable, because they thought this is our chance to get some points out of our championship rivals, and they weren't able to do it. So I think Manatee, as long as they keep it error free, they should be all right, because I think they just need a couple of second places. But Arnage, of course, won last time out. They want to make it 3 on the bounce if they possibly can and push this one right to the limit.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think that's, of all of them, I think this is the one that's definitely going to go down to the wire. Wow, what a championship that's going to be. But you've seen the clips earlier. I saw featured in it the Stormforce Spotlight, and just up for grabs last time out, it was of course the keyboard. Once a glamorous assistant Samuel will display with all his modelling prowess and glory and expertise. And, well, who won, Sam?
Well, it was Effect Simulations 908 for a real good battle with Walk Racing Red actually in the fairly early stages part of the race. They initially lost the position, but then they were able to get a couple of cutbacks, and you can see on the left, I recommend looking on the right. So I think they're on board, but really demonstrates just how good this move was. Very composed, Tim, and this was one of the several very strong LMP2 battles in the early part of the race. And our Twitter followers on Apex Racing League and the Stormforce Gaming kind of followers as well on Twitter and Instagram both very much liked this clip and decided to vote it as their winner of that race. And of course they get this fantastic Republic of Gamers keyboard.
A textbook move from Andy Dawson of Effect Simulation. But on to tonight. What's up for grabs? I hear you cry. Well, it's not one prize, but 2 technically. We've got the mouse, and here it is. Oh, so weighs quite a bit more. It's the mouse pad. That's what's up for grab from Road America, Sam. And remind us, what's the best way to do it?
What in terms of winning?
Well, yeah, just
well, you need to please basically our Instagram followers, because it's a public vote on Instagram and on Twitter, and so it could really be anything. It could be a nice overtake. It could be well, it has been overtakes up to for on the most part. It could be a nice defensive maneuver, maybe some crash avoidance, perhaps, maybe a nice save to keep yourself on circuit. So lots of different things, and well, once they submit their best option from each team on the Discord, then yeah, we'll put it into a compilation and let the public decide who's going to get a very nice Republic of Gamers equipment.
And talking of prizes, that is not all that is up for grabs, of course. So we've got one of those headsets left. That's coming right down to the wire at Road Atlanta in 3 weeks' time. Of course, we've got the ASUS Vivo Watch 5, Sam. Big prize, and well, that's for the clean. Well, the only team to not have a penalty. Well, if you sorry, let me rephrase that. If you haven't had a penalty from the stewards, you put into a random draw, and someone will be the lucky recipient of one of these glorious watches.
I really want to actually see what's inside it because it's still sealed. Like it will be completely new for whoever wins it. So that will be a real nice prize, worth a few $100 this. So yeah, that's a real nice prize.
300, I believe, Sam.
Exactly.
To be precise.
So thanks to ASUS and to Stormforce Gaming for providing those prizes, and yeah, extra motivation to keep it clean. We've still got a fair few teams who are up for grabs for that one, but it will be whittled down by the time we get to the end of the 6th round. And of course, there's a few extra prizes as well. We got the 1,500 quid of money, of course, which is fantastic, and the SDK and Apex Racing Academy subscriptions, and some trophies as well for our championship winners. So lots at stake with a couple of rounds to go.
It is. Plenty still up for grabs and still to be decided. And, well, getting stuck into today, Sam. Road America. It's going to be, a drag fest in some way. A lot of 90-degree corners around here, bar the carousel, which is one of the most iconic features of the track. You can just see it over a corner now, heading down to turn 1, but it's a long run to get there.
It really is, yeah, and I think the deceiving part about this circuit, and we were chatting with, of course, for a World Championship driver, of course, ESL R1 driver as well, Peter Berryman earlier on, he mentioned that this track is just deceivingly narrow, and that's where all the problems come from, I think. That is a very high-speed circuit, and it's a circuit with a lot of fast corners. If it was made nowadays, it would be made twice as wide, because that's how race circuits are made nowadays. You think of all the Tolka Jones, like Sepang, for example, or Shanghai. But this place is really old school. It's barely changed over the last 60 years. And so if you don't, it's very easy not to leave a car's width. And of course, off the circuit, certainly with this scan that we have, it's mainly grass out there. So it is big punishments, and it's not the easiest circuit to race round, I would say, this one. It's very precarious.
I would disagree. It's all. But
this is what we like to see. We like to see different opinions.
We do. And
you might be wrong, but I'm willing to.
I'm normally
listen.
wrong. I normally am wrong. But as a neutral, as a commentator, there's always great racing around here. There's always drama, excitement. I remember very recently here on Apex Racing TV covering a scintillating finish in a Formula 4 championship, the Weekend Warriors, where the championship victory came down to the line, a drag out of the final corner, Sam, 0.003 seconds. 0.003 of a second decided the championship. And we get a feeling, Sam, we've seen how close some of the finishes are after 3 hours of racing so far this season. We're going to see very similar tonight.
I really hope so. The LMDHs might be a little bit tricky to have a photo finish. I think LMP2 and GT3 could potentially get overrun to the line. We've got a few clips actually of previous events here at Road America, which we can have a look at. And I mean, this was one of them. This is what I'm talking about. This is my point being exhibited. Look how close the walls are, how narrow the circuit is. Sure, they've got about 4 wide TCRs right there, but they need to. But the walls are so close round, particularly turn 1, the kink, and this is what happened on Tuesday when we visited this circuit. A humongous crash. Niels Erik Isaacson involved in that one. He was not leading, but he was doing well still. And
he was championship leader either way, wasn't he, at that stage?
And of course, this is the moment that you were talking about, classic stuff. And this was pretty cool. This is for the championship, as you said. And this is the amount of time that you can gain on the run to the final corner.
Yeah, Megan Overstreet just in front of us, on board with Jason Green, and this long run, really iconic at this circuit. To get to the start-finish line, there is eventually kicking in, and like I identified him there as a dead heat, but I can tell you it was 0.003. Probably dig into the archive there, Sam. ARL TC.
Yes.
So TCR, apologies.
Yeah, that clip was from like 3 years ago. We actually used the safety car on that occasion. It was absolute mania. Hopefully we don't see any of that. Fortunately, we have got the classes nice and divided. We've got about 15 cars in each classes, so I don't think it'll be quite as problematic as it was on that occasion.
And Peter Berryman, Pro Sim Racer, and just fresh back off the plane from Saudi Arabia, ESL R1 at Gamers 8. He's there to control matters and hand out the penalties, and in his normal indiscriminative fashion, as he always does, and we'll try and keep them all in check. But I can see from the clock in the bottom left corner, no, bottom right. Oh, he's got it, there it is. Your finger's hidden behind the desk though. Nice, there you go. Got that, and then 10 minutes to go. Should we get stuck into qualifying?
Let's go for it.
Let's go it. We'll be back after this break very shortly. Stay tuned. We'll be trackside for qualifying. See you then. Hello, welcome back. Qualifying. It's about to get underway here, Sam. And who's going to take pole position? That's the key answer. Will it be race clutch? I think they've got to be. I mean, surely, if you were a betting man, Sam, I think, you know, you get tight odds on it. They've got to be odds-on favourite, but it's got to be a safe bet.
I think so. I think their record so far this season kind of speaks volumes, and so I think are certainly the favourites. And I think a few of these teams have established themselves. What's going on now with the 1-1-4 though? Unfortunately, we can't really see that, but they just randomly spun on their outlap or their qualifying lap. No, what was their outlap? Because qualifying has only just started. 10 minutes in length is this qualifying. They can set as many lap times as they like, and when I say as many as they like, I mean 4. Of course, but that's pretty much as many as you can set because this is quite a long circuit. And you have got to complete that final lap time by the time that the timer ticks down.
Then we'll find out who is taking pole in each of the categories, Sam. And crucially, it's been a battle between BMW and Mercedes all season long in GTD. Which manufacturer is gonna reign supreme here? Well, I'll tell you what, this one car's going to be interesting. The Lambo, great in a straight line. We've got the effect simulation, the lone Ferrari as well. That is a weapon in a straight line. The Ferrari, always its strong point. There it is on screen right now. With these long straightaways, these 90-degree corners, that I think is potentially a bit of a sleeping giant.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Of course, effect winning the...
Just curse the commentator, completely inbound there. I should say they're going to have a shocking race. They'll be out in turn 1 of lap 1. They'll qualify last. Try to put reverse psychology in here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too late for that.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have an engine failure or something, which is the antithesis of a good straight line speed car. As they navigate just the end of this outlap for them, already over 2 minutes. Meanwhile, a few of the LMDHs are getting going on their laps. Oddly, MA70 esports not already starting their lap time. They seem to hesitate to get out of the pit, which is a bit surprising because you want to set as many lap times as you possibly can, especially in a few of these classes where you want to actually take fresh tyres after your first flying lap. So really, time is of the essence.
Time that perfectly to hit the rumble. There you go. I had to sink it in there beautifully. That Cadillac LMDH. What a sound this machine has. You see what's been so popular since it came to the service.
Absolutely easy flat through turn 7. It's really a lot of downforce that these cars produce, and it'll be fairly rapid as well through the carousel, which is a massive test for any car when it comes to their cornering ability. Albeit the LMP2s won't be a whole lot so around parts of this circuit, but it's certainly not going to be like a Hungarian where the LMP2s are almost as fast as the LMDHs. The LMDHs should have a decent gap because we have got some very long straights around this circuit.
Of course, that hybrid deployment will be very, very crucial to extending that gap along those long straightaways. Of course, the start-finish straight, technically the back straight, as you head out of 3 down towards 5, and also the run down to Canada corner. Talking of LMP2, there's your championship leader, Walk Racing Red. So we've got Bogdan Moldovan in the car for them, going to undertake qualifying in the 298 machine. So first time is on the board, it's Magic Arrow in LMDH, 146.2 Sam. Just waiting for those slaps to start to cycle through here in these early stages. Let's just see just how good that is. Well, it looked really good before Effect blew that one away. Delatraz setting the benchmark in LMP2 before Core instantly displaced them by a 10th. It's time to start to come in. Core still hold on to LMP2. Effect still hold on to LMDH pole. It's going to be a little bit longer before we start to see some of those GTD times kicking in. Of course, Slow Machines and Aerokinetics claim that one as they come across line pretty much simultaneously with Dutch Sim Racing Team Esports. As Walk Racing Red head to pole in LMP2. And Sam, I said about that Ferrari just goes into pole in DTD.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're beating the Seatbelt 92, but ASUS Racing do go half a second faster. So, and Manatee go a little bit faster now, but that's a strong time to be fair for Astro to be as close as that to Manatee Racing, who have got Nicholas Matteo in that car. So it's not Tim Masker, and I should, absolutely clarify, Manatee is an incredibly strong team. However, Tim has sought to establish himself as usually the absolute fastest man in that team, but their second and third and fourth drivers are also extremely strong. But yeah, no Tim potentially tonight once again, apart from the one, of course, in
the highest iRacing driver in the whole of the field.
It's interesting that
not
the
me.
two Tims bookmark the iRatings, don't they?
Yes,
quite interesting, that one. Near Night Racing Team, 21 seconds off the pace. I'm sure they'll get a fair bit faster, but they are going quite slowly on this second lap, so they're not going to have much time to do one later on, but I don't think they're turning back to the pits. They are going to go for one more lap after this.
So Effective lost the pole in LDH. Sam Race Clutch have gone faster to claim that one, but only attempt separating those two. So that's looking like a really strong a lap from the Effect 909 car. As well, the 908 Effect in LMP2. That holds pole there. That's Andy Dawson, the winner from Le Mans of the Stormforce Spotlight. We saw just earlier on in the build-up, and there is Marto with his driver cam on, so we can see him and all of his concentration. Normally, it looks like he's just absolutely chilling. It's agonisingly effortless, Sam.
Fiercely Forward Yellow just going to second place there. That was a really good effort from them to get as close as they did. Beckham Jassia in that car. That will be the end of their qualifying session. If they're really quick about it, no, that's going no. If they've got enough fuel, they can do one more lap after this. But I'm not sure if they'll have enough fuel to do that. Or maybe they're doing 2 push laps. If they are doing a push lap now, then they could also complete this one. Here comes Race Clutch, just lining this one up, and will soon be on their way. Of course, if they win tonight, they are the champions, Race Clutch. There's a couple of other teams who could technically win the championship as well, but Race Clutch are by far the most likely.
We've got a look across the chat, Sam. We're at the quiet point of rate of qualifying right now. Walk Racing, hashtag Walk Racing Esports from Bogdan Karamadaru. Kim Yong Understeer, what a name, Maniti, are just the greenest of them all. Paul Bussey, good evening, Tim and Sam. Welcome along, Paul. Hopefully we'll see you in the car later on. And we've got exterior. Damn, them aliens out there are flying. I tell you what, some absolutely scintillating times being set out there.
Oh, I'm liking this background for Callum Lee Gartson. It looks like he's in some kind of sci-fi movie where there's just darkness around him. 1/10 of a second off. It's helping him out. And also running a nice Mercedes shirt as well. I like that. It's got a bit of Patronus on it as well. So it looks pretty nifty.
It's almost like there's some sort of affiliate with Apex and Mercedes.
No,
AMG.
I genuinely just like it. I genuinely think that's a nice shirt.
Well, that is one way to ensure you get plenty of camera time, isn't it?
Yes.
Definitely.
Let's look at that. Just Delachaz moving up to 4th place in the LMP2. That's the top 6 separated by 0.17. I was really getting hyped about Core Sim Racing because they were really strong last time out. They unfortunately had a spin at the start of the race. I thought that they might be challenging for pole, but usually that would be enough for the front row of the grid the time that they're set, but it's ever so close.
Well, Sam, look, Pure Sims are only 0.003 of a second slower than Delachaz, and that's the difference between starting on the 2nd row and the 3rd row here at Road America.
Newman has gone to the top for Core Sim Racing. Ooh. There you go, 0.2 of a second faster. What a time. Brilliant to see Core improve. They have had some pace so far this season. I think they may have even had a podium. And last time out, they were really strong at Le Mans, like I said. But this is really impressive for them as Walk Racing only go to 2nd place. Bogdan Molsvan did not produce a good enough lap time. And so it doesn't look like Walk are going to be starting a pole position again. But Andy Dawson is also about to cross the line. He might be close.
Let's find out together, Sam. What is Dawson going to do? Oh, it's good enough for second. 200ths of a second is what separates them from pole. And Newman leads the way here in qualifying, just like he did when the ARL trucks visited Road America, Sam. About a year or so ago.
Point. Yeah. He absolutely dominated in that, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, here he did, yeah. It was a tippy-toe affair, to say the least, getting those trucks around with no grip at the rear and lots of horsepower and some good old V8 American muscle.
And it's insane tyre wear as well. Those cars just eats up the tyres. You lose like 2 seconds within 10 laps of this place. in those cars. It's usually very, very fun. Effect Simulations, they take a late pole? Yes, they can.
Oh.
A 10th of a second clear. Also, GE Esports performing late on to go up to 4th. But Fiercely Forward might be able to snatch back. I don't think they're going to reach the line though, Tim. How good was this up? They set a purple second sector, a personal best sector 3 and sector 4, but they haven't made it. I think that would have been enough for pole position.
Oh, running it close. Beckham just here, but not close enough, and not. Well, ran out of time to set that pole. Well, yeah, it's got to be in pole position. Ooh, deep breath now, Sam. I can feel the hairs are starting to stand up on their ends as everyone's taking to the grid, getting ready for 3 hours of action, drama, and excitement here from Road America. And here is your grid. This Effect Simulations on pole for the first time this season. Race Clutch in the end having to settle for second. They make it the front row. Row 2. Couldn't get that lap in the end. Good Beckham Jasir. He has to settle for third for Fiercely Forward Yellow. And they're joined by GE Sports Racing Team on row 2. Row 3 is Simify and Magic Arrow, who did hold pole very early on. Fiercely Forward Black Show. Row 4 was Scuderia Volpe Viola. Then into row 5 is MA70 Esports with Respanda Nomad. Row 8, and that sees a Delta V and Pure Sims with Scuderia Volpe Verde running out your grid. 13 cars in LMDH.
Sven Newman is at the top of the LMP2s. I think that's Core Sim Racing's first pole position of the season. Andy Dawson in second place for Effect Simulations. Then it is Walk Racing Red, our championship leaders. Sabre Esports 90 line up in 4th. Then it is Delachaz Automotive after their fantastic win last time out at Le Mans. They've got a little bit of work to do from 5th. Then it's Pure Sims Esports. Surprised to see Robin Glam a little bit lower down, but I mean, it is so close, 3.5 tenths of a second between those top 6. Then we go back to Effect Simulations 906, Alpha Esports Blue, Alpha Esports by G Performance, and Absolute Motorsports A-Slith in 10th. And the final 2 teams are Walk Racing Yellow and Walk Racing Blue.
There we go, Sam. Everyone just getting ready. Porsche 911 safety car pulling away. And, oh, sorry. Yeah, of course, GTD. How could I forget about GTD, Sam? I'm just so engrossed in getting ready.
I was teeing
you
it
were.
up, and you've swung and missed that one.
I don't think I even swung, Sam. I was too busy getting excited about this race getting underway. A long formation, that, though, to save us here. And GTD, it's on pole for Arnage competition. And ET having to settle for second. That's your front row. Row 2, that sees Astro Racing and Delatraz Automotive line up alongside one another. It's a row 3, that's Sape Out, the 91 machine, with Impulse joining them. Row 4, that's Neite Racing and Scherer. Row 5, and running out your top 10, that's Delta V and the Sape Out 92 car. Row 6 being the Sabre 93 and Effect Simulation. Watch out for that Ferrari. That's going to be really, really strong on race pace if they can get that car dialed in with straight line speed. Junkers Hollinger, they start 13th alongside Delta V1. Then it's Core Sim Racing GTD with Aero Kinetics. And of course, oh yeah, Delta V as well. That'd be the lone Lamborghini. The SDK Racing, got Dutch Sim Racing team next to them. And then row 10. In GTD is Valkyrie Competition and 3D Rap Squad Corsa. That's going to run out your 20-car GTD field.
I think that might be the biggest GTD field we've had.
It is
since round 1, because I remember back at Monza, I think we had 15, 15, and 16. I remember feeling annoyed by the lack of consistency.
You were.
Tonight is just all over the shop. It's 13, 12, and 20, so we're nowhere near having even. However, it is cool to see, and it is testament just how popular GTDs are, that we can always have such a big GTD field. What I would say about that LMP2 field, though, it is the smallest field, only 12 cars. I would say the top 7 could win this race, perhaps. And I mean, even the likes of Alpha Esports Blue and the Walk Racing Yellow and Blue, I mean, they're going to have a chance as well. So, like, whilst that's a smaller field, it's probably the most competitive near the front.
Good news, though, Sam. Top 6 at GTD, 3 BMWs and 3 Mercedes. That'll make you happy. Bit of, bit of a pattern there. Not truly uniform.
Yeah, but it's BMW, Merc, and then Oh no, hang on. It might be BMW Merc, or is that just because they're going on the formation?
Yeah, it's where they're shuffling around a little bit. Sorry to disappoint you. In terms of LMDH, well, BMW locking out front 3 rows there before we've got our first Cadillac being Scuderia Volpe Viola. See how they get on this evening and how that manufacturer fares in its homeland here in America. Of course, we've got one more round left after tonight. That's in 3 weeks' time when we head to Road Atlanta. And of course, the Petit Le Mans. But tonight, it's all about Road America. So head through Canada corner on this formation lap. This is where it starts to get real. Really starts to just set in the task in hand. What is at stake? What is ahead of you? 3 hours of racing. This absolutely iconic North American road circuit. The roads around it are just built for racing. And then they put a racetrack in the middle of it. It's absolutely amazing. The safety car pulls in. And let's get ready to go racing in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship as we head up towards the line and wait for those lights. Is an agonizing time. So we wait to get in the start zone as we are green, we are racing, and Effect do not hang around here, Sam. They're gone, and Race Clutch are under a lot of pressure early on as Fiercely Forward Yellow up the inside here, could claim second on the run into turn 1, and they're going to do it, Sam.
There's contacts in the background. How are they all able to get through? I think that's MA70 off the circuit. They're going to pick up a bit of damage out there, but that could have been a lot worse with one driver just sliding, and it caused chaos for the drivers behind. Course Sim Racing having a nice launch from pole position. Andy Dawson trying to hold back Bogdan Moldovan, who did have issues in the Apex Racing League Prototype Championship going into this corner earlier on in the year. I think he's going to be safe this time around. Delachaz on the outside. He'll be under pressure from Sabel, and they'll run side by side into turn 3.
They're still going at it, Sam, as we head down the hill here, and they slot in together. Delachaz on the outside is going to be squeezed by Pierre Sims. Meanwhile, down in GTD, we are off. We are racing. And again, it's starting for a second that seems to be sluggish. Maniti just getting caught up a little bit there. They're going to have to defend this inside line and squeeze wide. And that is not the start that Astro would have hoped for.
Yeah, Astro were lucky not to go straight on there. Once you're on the grass, that was a treacherous position. I wonder if there might be a protest being submitted for that incident, because they have certainly lost out because of it. Also, Impulse Racing getting ahead of Sabelt 91.
Brilliant side-by-side pictures here, thanks to our partners at ASUS and Stormforce Gaming. As it's side-by-side in GTD, the run down to turn 5 can get a bit treacherous down here as we come onto the brakes. And they're going to sort themselves out, but they're 2 by 2 by 2 on the Sabelt cars. I think that's the 92 just getting squeezed right, and having the other Sabelt car just having a bit of a look at the inside. That'll be the 93 car. This is relatively organised affair, but MA70, Sam, they're losing a lot of time. I can see from our timing software. Thanks to the guys at SDK Gaming for providing that one. And they're dropping through the order at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah, so we've got Delta V Racing and Simify back to the pits now. MA70, yeah, of course, dropping back themselves. Are they still moving out there? Yes, they are, but they're just really slow, I think. Not sure what's going on with MA70 there. Why are they amongst the LMP2s? Of course, we did see them go off at turn 1, don't get me wrong, but I thought they might get a bit of split to damage. I didn't think they would be losing 10 seconds a lap, which is seemingly what they were losing. So they're back to the pits. That's already 3 of our LMDH cars having significant problems. Fortunately, everyone does have a fast repair in this series.
That's going to be to their saving graces into the pits. Delta V, Simify and MA70. There's 3 LMDHs. Not the start they would have hoped for whatsoever. Well, they're all being BMWs. Does help towards the Cadillac versus BMW fight. Talking about fights, Effect under quite a bit of pressure here. The run down towards turn 5 and just about calming down as well. Further up, Delachaz on the outside. I think they're going to get hung out to try something unless they can keep their nose in. And the hand of Alexander Delachaz just keeps at bay Pure Sims, but they are dropping time, and this is the crucial part, isn't it, Sam? Is you get ingrained into a battle like this early on, you get stuck as Arnage, they're gone already. As we've already got our lead, is that our leaders? No, that is recovering LMDHs heading back through the field of GTDs.
Yeah, that was MA70 moving their way back through. There'll be a couple more GTP cars as well coming through fairly soon. Delta V Racing are just at the back of the GTD field at the moment. But yeah, strong start for Arnage as it stands. And yeah, strong start for Court Sim Racing. I know that they're only 7/10 of a second clear, but they'll be pleased to get through that first couple of laps all safe. And LMP2 is a little bit spread out at the moment. It's sort of 7/10 between each of the teams, so they're not nose to tail. A bit like what we saw at Le Mans. The closest battle is that Delachaz versus Pure Sims. You can see though, no changes at the top of the LMP2 standings at all.
No, it's only a change for 10th position, Sam, between Walk Racing Yellow and Absolute Motorsport. The only change in LMP2, those two swapping around, there they are. See Walk Racing Yellow just starting to feel a bit cut adrift. Alpha Esports about a second and a bit up the road from them. Well, that is closing down, so we can close that up down the back straight away. They'll definitely be right up onto and getting into embroiled in that fight for the lead that stretches all the way pretty much through the whole of LMP2. But as your leader at the front end of the field, Effect 999 lead by half a second over Fiercely Forward Yellow after that brilliant move into turn one, squeezing Race Clutch to the outside and getting the move done. But these top three are definitely pulling away already. GE Sports being left floundering a little bit with Fiercely Forward Black down in 4th and 5th respectively. And there's another bit of a gap back to Magic Arrow and Scuderia Volpe Viola, of which Fiercely Forward Black, they've had the best, no, not quite the best start. It's between Pure Sims and Scuderia Volpe Verde, are both at 3 places in class, but that's due to the pitting BMWs in LMDH of Simify, Delta V and MA70.
And Sinison catching up to Seagrove right now. This is the battle for 4th place. On that last lap was a couple of tenths faster, was the Fiercely Forward Black drive, but you're absolutely absolutely correct. Top 3 are pulling away. I wonder if Race Clutch with Marteau at the wheel, seemingly quite laid back at the moment, but I don't think Marteau's got necessarily the pace advantage that he's demonstrated a couple of times. Remember, wasn't around last time out at Le Mans, and it was one of the closer races we've had, but the other races that Race Clutch have had, they really have been dominant. Watkins Glen, they were well clear in the early stages. Spa, they were dominant as well. And yeah, even Monza, once they sort of got Marteau in the car in the second half of the race, they again pulled away by, I think, some half minute by the end of the event. So when they've had a clean Race Clutch, they really haven't been properly challenged so far this season for the entire 3 hours. I think this might be a little bit of a different one, because unless Marteau can make a gap, I don't feel like they're necessarily going to get faster through the race.
And do you know what's sickening for me, Sam, as an old man now, certainly by sim racing standards? I've seen from the chat, thanks to 1X race there, Beckham just see it, 15 years old. Marteau, 16? Is he 15? Is he 16 yet?
I'm not sure. I am not sure.
Either way, these damn whippersnappers who are just soaking up the pressure. I'm not sure how old Robin Mass is, but even so, I mean, he's not going to, yeah, even if he's an old-timer like me, he's not going to drag it up dramatically, but just making our first pass through through GTD now by the LMDH is being led by Mass, who's under a lot of pressure from Jasir here. And we're going to see a change for the lead as they squeeze their way through here, side by side, making it free-wide past these GTDs. But Effect, hold off for now, and this is where the tactics, this is where the mind games come in. Passing this traffic, using them as tactical pawns to get ahead. Effect just heading past their sister car in GTD, the lone Ferrari in that class. So we head underneath the bridge, down towards turn 5. We still got some more of GTD to cover though. As Jasir has a bit of a look to the inside, thinks twice about it. He's playing the mind game. Sam, is he going to get the move done around the outside? Mass is going to have this one covered though. Does he back him up though as we head underneath the Corvette bridge?
Fiercely Forward Black also getting past GE Sports, who must have taken advantage of the traffic themselves, and Pristanda Nomad as well getting a place. That's a risky move on the outside of turn 7, but everyone is very well behaved, and now there is a car between us top 2, and of course Race Clutch are closing in as well, and so it will really ebb and flow. It's a lot about luck, but you've also got to play the percentages. You're going on the outside of some of these high-speed corners. You are taking a risk with the GTDs. You need to hope that they see you as they go into the kink. And Tim is flapping his arms about right now like a bird, like an ostrich or a flamingo. And well, they seem to have got through. It's fine. It's fine, Tim. You can open your eyes now.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Oh no, maybe not, no. Sam. Maybe not.
That's a bit over aggressive. He's got away with it, but I mean, good jump from that was Manatee. That was our second place.
Yeah, but look, Arnage are gone, Sam. We're only 9 minutes in here, and they're 2.6 seconds clear at the top. Race Clutch just losing a bit of time during the traffic there to Fiercely Forward Yellow, but they've managed to stick with Effect 909. I mean, look, you see from GTD, Arnage are gone, and that's not solely due to everyone passing because they weren't really holding up Manatee at all. You know, the MDHs were still getting the moves done on them. So that is some... wow, we're going for alternative strategies on fuel at this early stage, Sam.
So last time it was a 4-stop, right? Because
correct.
They were pitting on the 45, 1 hour 30, 3-stop, apologies. 45, 1 hour 30, 2 hour 15. That should be the strategy all the time. I don't think this should be as high a fuel consumption race. So I think they can pretty much push as hard as they like. As here comes Near Night. Near Night are having a good race, actually. They are, well, I say that, they're just back to where they started pretty much. But still, they're decently competitive, and it wasn't a fantastic time last time out for them. They had a really good debut, actually, in Apex Racing League back at Monza. They weren't able to back it up at Le Mans, but they are currently in 7th place in this race, back to where they started, ahead of Impulse Racing.
Oh, penalty, post-race 5 second there. Quite for Manatee, Sam, forcing a car off track, as well, that's with being an incident we saw earlier on for Simify. So this is what happens at
MA7. Simify went off, didn't they? Oh, man.
Wow.
And is that, who's that into the back of them? Delta V?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
That's what it's Sam.
Yeah,
well, they had nowhere to go, realistically, did they?
Oh, no chance.
So, let's have a look at LMP2 start. And Effect came under a lot of pressure earlier on there, Sam, as...
I mean, how did Chaz not get contact there? That's wow. Fortunate with the thing. They were leaving no margin for error.
No, and running to 5 as well. There's still a lot of side-by-side action in this class. As not giving an inch, but, well, they started... Oh, wow. There you go.
Wasn't it?
Seeing it again, you can just see that shoulder barge almost from the Mercedes.
And it was Manatee who got that post-race 5-second penalty. So Manatee have got to win this race by 5 seconds, basically, in order to get the race victory. And that was Effect moving past Fiercely Forward Yellow.
Well, more defending from them, weren't they? Because they were
just black.
Yeah.
Who?
Where? No, Fiercely, yeah, it was Effect 908, 909, sorry. Keeping hold of the lead from Fiercely Forward Yellow.
Yes. You're right.
Because they were just, wow, neck and neck between the pair of them into LMP2 now. And, wow, no change whatsoever for our top 8, Sam. Newman still leads the way, but he is starting to, well, himself and Vakor and Dawson for Effect are starting to pull up away and open up a gap, 2.7 seconds to Walk Racing Red. You've got the Save Out 90 machine coming along with them. So although there's no changes, Sam, there's gaps definitely emerging and micro battles starting to happen in this early stage. In fact, Walk Racing Yellow, the only team to improve in LMP2. They're at 2 spots at the expense of Alpha Esports and Absolute Motorsport.
The chat very much supporting Robin at the moment. I assume they mean Robin Glera.
Oh, but Robin Mass?
Or Robin Mass. So this series, I believe, sets a new Apex Racing League record. I'm not sure if we've mentioned this already.
No, sir.
But the most amount of Robins in a championship. And that I think 3 is a record. So chat, you are going to need to be more specific when it comes to supporting your Robins, or any names which share a name with a bird.
The Christmas birds.
Do you have a Christmas bird name? Let us know on chat. Maybe your name is Flamingo Smith. Nickname. It's not a Christmas bird, but it's a bird.
All of the puns I know are just not broadcastable, so let's move on, Sam. Anyway, LMP2, we're talking about those micro battles that are forging and starting to happen. This is one of them. As Alpha Esports looking to reclaim the place that they lost earlier on. That is Walk Racing Yellow ahead of them. Your battle for 9th place on track right now. But they're starting to come off across some of the GTDs there, and some earlier stops have really shuffled the pack overall, the overall field, and we're seeing a few straddlers, as it were, out there.
Simulations 906 just getting past Pure Sims as well, a little bit further up. Here we go. I feel like these two teams are constantly battling with one another. It does help that we've got a few effect cars out on circuits. But these guys have been absolutely glued to one another from the race starts, I feel, and I think they've got a LMDH potentially coming up behind them. Now they're going to have to go 3 wide past the GTD, and this could be boxed in here, Pure Sims, unless they are still going to be able to find space. They do. I think Effect are going to have the upper hand nonetheless. And whilst you can go on the outside at turn 6, I don't think it's honestly worth Pure Sims' efforts. And Robin Graham does drop to 7th position, and that is our first change in the top 8 in this LMP2 field.
Remco in the chat, Sam, pointing out that Glera, Mass and Oosting are all Dutch.
Lots of Dutch Robins. I didn't know it was such a common name, honestly. There's a tennis player called Robin Haase, actually, now that I think about it, he's Dutch, so that does make sense. Are you all called Dutch over there? All called Robin over there? Yeah, it's a cool name, to be fair.
It is. It is.
Who's
caused this battle?
Yeah, with Glowham 4/10 of a second back, and well, you can see Alpha Esports Blue actually not too far behind either. Orc Racing Blue quite far back, unfortunately in 12th place. I'm not exactly sure what happened to them earlier on. Did we see that one for Alexandru Damien?
Pitted early on, Sam, that's why.
Aha. Why? Do you know why they pitted? Are you sure they pitted?
Oh, no, sorry, apologies, Sam, apologies. No.
Simon Hertznecki, I feel like, started from the pit lane, but that's our only pit stop so far.
No, because that's MA70.
That's
yeah, which you saw had that damage.
Yeah.
Obviously after that contact early on. So they are there, I would imagine, due to... Well, they've lost a fair chunk of time. Having a bit of a look at the lap time, Sam. So last lap, they were on a par with... Well, and actually they're probably one of the quicker LMP2s out there. So... Yeah, that's a bit of a strange one. Clearly must have been about a half spin or something like that to cause some of that lost time. Meanwhile, back of the top, Effect 909 still lead overall as we take a look at this replay. Talking of Effect, Sam, this is the Ferrari. Oh no.
It took the front off as well.
Oh no.
Core managed to avoid, and things gets worse.
Oh no.
He tried to come into the pits. He tried, but man.
Oh no. I'm having a look over my shoulder, and there's a shake of the head from Peter Berryman, our Pro Sim race steward for this evening.
I mean, try to avoid this one.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Mean, that would be a broken neck. Like, oh, what a mess. What a mess. It's a tricky pit entry here. Really is a weird pit entry because of the hill. Thomas Cope appropriately saying F. Yes, Thomas, that is the case. But well done, Thomas, by the way, for your efforts on Wednesday. By the way, did get a post-race penalty, but it was entertaining to watch nonetheless.
Well, that's our lone Ferrari gone from GTD pretty much, bar the all recovery drives for them.
Well, fortunately, it will be a very short tow. Yeah, I'm trying to think of positives out of this. But
if they could drag it through the pit lane, Sam, then
I think they've missed the pit lane. Well, no, you're right. Yeah, you could get into the pit lane.
Yeah, without a penalty.
It's a very long pit lane. But yeah, we'll see if they can do it.
Spa endurance.
Also on Spa endurance. Again, we're very much looking on the positive when it comes to that incident. At the moment, Effect Simulations 909 still leading the way. I'm trying to see if Effect Simulations 909 have been able to take a race win so far this season, but I do not believe they have been able to so far. In fact, their best result is actually a 6th place for the 909 car. They've had a 6th, a 7th, a 9th and a 12th. It's really not been a good season for this team, and yet, right now, it's looking like they could go home tonight with some 50 points.
You have to wonder, has this pace just always been there, but it's been through bad luck, or a race clutch not on form? I mean, they've been so dominant. I think back to Watkins Glen, their poorest result of the season. They were leading by 45 seconds before connection with a back marker coming through the toe of the boot. Although, Effect now under a lot of pressure from Beckham Jasir, and this could be the change for the lead here as they go side by side. Jasir will have his work cut out, looking for the switchback. Tucked back in, Sam. But race clutch still looming in the background there, the hands of Marteau. Maybe just waiting. I have to wonder, Sam. Fuel game strategies.
Yes.
There's got to be bits coming into play here. I mean, as much as Effect are leading, and it's great for them, it's not good for fuel mileage.
Usually we see these guys go, it's about 40 minutes, right? So, yeah, we'll see if they're going to be tight on fuel tonight. Last time it was the LMP2s which were really tight, and then the LMDHs, I remember, just had basically a half stint where they had like 20 minutes too short to make to make a 3-stop work, and so everyone just did one half stint, and it was really cool to see because everyone just like opted for that at different points, and it sort of put everyone in different places on the circuit. It was quite a cool strategy battle, even though everyone was basically doing the same strategy. It was just a case of when you took your shorter stop. I wonder if tonight either that's going to be, of course they're going to use less fuel than Le Mans because this is less flat out than Le Mans. So either they'll have sort of half an hour to play with, or they might be able to make that 3-stop work. So it could be a decent shout that maybe they are fuel saving and trying to get to that 45-minute mark. That's the magic number that the LMDHs would need to get to. I don't think they will get to it, but I don't think they'll be too far off it. Oh, here we go. This is a run.
It's going to get boxed in, and that's the cleverness of how Mass has played this one, but he's left the door open to the inside. He's had that for every single lap. Jasir starts to pull along. He's just by the rear free corner panel to driver's left of Mass, and this is going to be the change for the lead overall. And in LMDH, a fiercely forward yellow move ahead. But now Sam. And Massive Effect did not seem to, well, he's let him by. Understandably, I think this is thinking more about the long game. Don't defend it, just work together, push on, and then start to work this one out inside the last half an hour. So they start to come through, past, held up by traffic.
Brakes there. I mean, that's a tricky scenario because he could have gone around the outside there, but you're really putting a lot of trust that that Lamborghini isn't going to understeer out into you. So that was probably the wise thing to do, but you can see how much time that little bit of that decision took him. I mean, that was the best thing he could do, honestly. I mean, it was the percentage choice to go on the inside, and Kyoto Marteau is right with these guys. He's never let them out of his sight throughout this race. And at this 21-minute mark, we've been downplaying him, and yet he is pretty much he's with the leaders right now.
Well, here we go, Sam, though. We're passing through GTD for the second time this evening in LMDH. And this could shake things up once again. It could separate them out. It could bring them back together as Jasir tucks into a gap in traffic. Mass follows him in. Marteau, will he make it? Yes, he will. He squeezes his BMW LMDH just into that gap there. As they all adopt the right side of the track, trying to follow one another through. Marteau's going to have a compromised exit for race clutch, but he will remain in slipstream range, just maybe pushing it into attack mode right now to stay on the tail of these guys ahead of him. Does not want to let them go and see them head off into the distance like he's done to so many of his competitors so far this season. They all come out the other side still in one piece, still together. The gaps may be extended a little bit, but wow, still some more traffic left to go, Sam. I would not put it past them to bunch right back up again.
You know, are absolutely flying right now. This is awesome to see from Philip Oldak. They're up to 4th position now in class. We saw them hold on to 7th position in class a few laps ago. But during all those overtakes from the LMDHs, they were able to get past Delachav Automotive by DriveX. And now they're on the back of Manatee Racing Green. So really nice to see Neonite back to where they were at Monza. I mean, this isn't a huge shock. They did get a podium back at Monza. But I didn't think they would perform quite this well after their 7th place in qualifying, but they are looking really speedy. You can see that they are now 7 seconds off the lead of Arnage. Astro having probably their most competitive round of the championship, as that was all a little bit messy. I feel like Racing Green are constantly in the firing line right here as 3 classes interact with one another, and it was a walk racing in the LMP2 which was particularly close to having a shunt.
I mean, it's rather worrying for Maniti because although they're 3rd in class right now, actually by you take into account that 5-second post-race penalty is actually going to demote them, I believe, down to 7th. Because everyone's still so close. As we ride on board with Share Esports right now, the hands of Luca Alpert practically pushing his BMW counterpart from Delatraz right down the straight, wants to stay in contact, wants to close the gap up with Neonite ahead of them, who are about a second down the road. Sector 2, the fastest Sector 2 just being set there by Marto of Race Clutch. He's pushing hard and really, really going for this one. Because this track has pretty much largely remained unchanged since its inception in 1950s. Share Esports, Sam. 305 car drive-through penalty causing a collision. No wonder they're pushing so hard, because they're about to lose a whole heap of time.
Yeah, disappointing for Luca Alpert there. And well, on the last lap, it was Delatrav automated by DriveX, who had an awful lap. And actually behind these guys, Impulse Racing just absolutely storming lap time at 2 minutes 6, albeit there are some big pace differences, of course, with the traffic coming through. Some drivers are in the 5s, some in the 6s, some in the 7s, and then Bokla on that last lap was in the 8s. So it demonstrates just how poor a lap was. Bokla part of Delatraz automated by DriveX, of course.
And also, there was a bit of a shuffle up where, of course, we saw that big incident coming out the final turn by the Effect Ferrari and GTD, which a lot of people had to check up. Some people lost ground. Some people managed to pick the right lane and sail straight past it and not lose a lot of time. Just on board with Impulse right now. They head through Canada Corner. 26 minutes nearly complete. Just about to approach 1/6 race distance. The drivers look to dominate with the best, like ASUS. Thank you for them to supporting this championship. Providing such amazing prizes. There we go. Look at Albert of Share Esports, dives in for that drive-through penalty, gets it slowed up in time, doesn't want to pick up another penalty. That'd be insult to injury, getting dubbed for speeding in the pit lane.
I think Walk Racing Red just having an issue. I think they just lost out to Saybelt Esports 90. I saw them.
Well spotted, Sam. Yeah, well spotted. Callum Reed-Garton getting the move done there.
Bogdan Moldovan, of course, their #1 driver historically. I think it's Emmanuel Gachea who's the other driver in that car. But there are so many walk racing cars, I do forget. Of course, the Romanian outfit, dare I say, big call, Tim, this, the best Romanian-based sim racing team. I mean, I think they've pretty much got that one locked down. And they are a fantastic presence in Apex Racing League, but the red car not having the best time of it at the moment. It looks like they've avoided any damage, at least, from whatever incident that was. But they lost 1.3 seconds during, well, no, they lost 2.7 seconds, my apologies, in the 4th sector, apologies, on that lap.
But this is the thing about endurance racing, Sam. Okay, it's a very short format of endurance racing, being 3 hours for this evening and the entirety of the season. But keeping that car clean, avoiding damage, avoiding major mistakes like trips through the gravel trap, it gains you so much time overall. Those net gains where you're not having to make extra pit stops or alternate your strategy. I mean, if you are, you clearly need SDK Gaming, the most accurate live timing on iRacing. It's enhanced fuel calculator to adjust your strategy on the fly.
This is what happened to Walk Racing. They went for the move on the BMW. And ooh, so he's already a bit flustered. Oh, and he's a bit blindsided, I think, basically, where he's too busy trying to, well, not necessarily too busy, but I mean, there's a big old GT car in front of you, so your vision is impaired, and just missing the braking point. So a bit of a clumsy mistake there, and yeah, just catching the the LMP car at the wrong time.
Sam, question from the chat for you. Remco says, what's the incident limit for this race?
The instant limit for this race is 40 incidents before you get a drive-through penalty. Should be no problem tonight.
Tempted fate there, Sam.
If someone gets, but of course we had big issues the other day in the Apex Racing Academy Porsche Cup, also broadcast of course on Apex Racing TV. Sign-up's still open by the way for that, still got another 3 rounds to go. Track's starting to get good as well in that. I think we've got Watkins Glen coming up the Cup circuit, which is fun, and then Imola also coming up later on in the season, which is by far the best circuit of the season for that. Yeah, in that we were really pushing it with the off tracks being Red Bull Ring on that occasion, but here at Road America it's not nearly as much of a problem.
Just seeing LMP2 right now. Top 2, Core Sim Racing and Effect 90. Really dispatching and clearing away from the Sabout Esports 90 car. Nearest damage, Sam, 3 seconds adrift they are, and they're in a little bit of a pool of their own. Nobody to help push them along, because 1.8 seconds behind them is Walk Racing Red, who, as you just see their way, trying to dice their way through the traffic. Of course, no hybrid deployment to give that extra bit of boost and assistance to these cars. It's all naturally aspirated V8s. There's a spec engine. It's just in the background there. I think that was the 906 Effect car. Just running a little bit wide and getting a bit loose and Larry on the exit.
Pretty much as minimal of a field spread as we anticipated in this field. 7.6 seconds the gap between first and 7th as it stands. So I think I call of anyone in the top 7 can win this race. I think holding true. Alpha Esports Blue as well. I mean, Shiva Nath is a very strong. Apologies, it's Zyro Zambia in that car, isn't it? I think Nath might be getting into it. Apologies, Shiva is in Alpha Esports G Performance. My bad. Sven Newman's into the pits for Core Sim Racing LMP2. Interesting.
Ooh, early.
So a little bit earlier than what we thought. We didn't think they were going to make the 45 minutes, but you still want to make the 35 minutes. You need to average 36 minutes in order to do the 4-stop, basically. And so he's come in 5 minutes early. However, I think the logic there is let's do a short stint first, and then do, say, a 41-minute stint in the next stint in order to balance that back out. I think that's the logic right now for them.
But maybe a bit of early race pace. You know, you get caught and maybe lose a place. You need that little bit of an edge. This field is so close, and in every single class, and it's those slim margins that can make the difference when you need them to count. But if that is the case, then Effective get them with them every step of the way, and they've clearly got more fuel on board and have been able to fuel save as well.
Well, I think potentially Core could have pitted with some fuel spare. I think the reason why they've done this short stint first is because the track's currently at its hottest. This race started in the middle of the afternoon, and so this is when the track's hottest. So the tires will degrade fastest at this point, and so maybe what they're thinking is, even though we've got spare fuel in the tank, we'll still pit early, and that means that they won't have to take any more fuel than their rivals, but it will mean that they get fresh tires and they don't have to use bad tires when the track is like really warm, because that's going to lose them time. So I think it could work out for them, yeah, we will probably find out in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Meanwhile, Delta V Racing just losing out to Shearer Esport, it looked like there. I think Shearer had that penalty earlier on.
Oh,
spin round. Oh, they're going to make contact with... Is that a...
No, is that the Effect LMDH, Sam? Oh, no.
Effect Simulations 909, no. Oh, dearie me. Well, I was saying how they haven't won a race so far this season. They haven't really had a strong result this season of Effect Simulations 909. They can still recover something from this race, so they can get back to the pits and take the faster pair. But that is absolutely horrible for them, and it was out of their control.
Big incident, and potentially race defining as Delta V into the pits up on the jacks. They'll be having what looks like damage repaired to their car as well. Oh, it's all gone wrong and really shaken things up here, Sam. Just like we're seeing in GTD, Arnage are well off. They're gone into their distance. 5 seconds clear as we see further down through the field. SDK fend off Shera Esports, who have a look up the inside here, Sam, and they get the move done with ease here. No issues. Into turn 5, of course, Shera recovering after that pit stop earlier on. Well, I say pit stop, it was a drive-through penalty that cost them and why they descended down the order. As there's Moldovan for Walk Racing Red.
Yeah, early pit stop for them as well.
Yeah, they come out last in class in 12th.
So potentially what could be bad for effect, and we're only going to find this out in about 11 minutes time, if the LMDHs can make the 45 minutes, then they're going to have to do one extra pit stop compared to everyone else. Like, if they end up having to do the same amount of pit stops, then that instant might not cost them too much. Oh, that's contact, and that's fiercely, that's
Oh, no.
Saybelt, 91 round. That's one of our championship contenders. Effect Simulations 906 involved as well. I think that all started with Fiercely Forward Black, I think it was. Who were the LMDH involved. So big hitters in all 3 of our classes being involved. That was the 93 car, maybe. It could have been involved.
That was of the 3 Saybelt class running, I say last, but, you know, the lowest of the 3 of them. It's a better way to put it. But big shake-ups in this stage of the race.
I think potentially Manatee Racing Green may have been involved as well. I'm seeing Nicholas Matteo went off circuit. Andrea Di Bassio crashed as well, apparently. Sure, we'll be able to pick that one together in a little bit. Yeah, several incidents going on.
Interesting. So Shera Esports are on 16 instant points already, Sam.
Okay, so Saybelt Esports 93, then they were the ones who crashed. Oh, also Carl Winkler crashed as well. So that was the Core Sim Racing GTD. Unless they, oh, there you go. I was about to say, maybe they just stopped in their pit stall. No, they crashed. You can see by that car. That's missing, is half that car. That was a huge crash, that must have been. Gosh, I wonder if there were 2 separate incidents, or maybe that incident on the exit of Canada Corner really was that disastrous.
Well, pit stop window fully open here, Sam, as we've got drivers starting to head in. We are at that mark, so there's 36 minutes even. Click over on the clock and wow. I mean, it looks like we've got to work, you know, it was fine up until these last 5 minutes or so where someone flicked the switch and it just all went a bit mad, a bit crazy. It's not Bristanda Nomad from 6th places so far.
Yeah, I think they've just got past GE Esports. GE Esports are struggling now. Don't know if they maybe had contact. Yeah, they're really dropping time with GE Esports in LMDH. They're going to lose out to Kevin Ludo of Scuderia Volpe Verde next because they're about 2 seconds off the pace as it stands. And that's a drive-through penalty for Walk Racing Reds, our championship leaders.
This is really playing to the hands of Core and Effect in LMP2, isn't it? As
particularly Effect, yeah.
Sort of flitting around between the categories right now, though, Sam. LMDH, I was a bit worried about the Cadillacs. They seem to be struggling today. Definitely not the case. It's their resurgence, are revived and heading up the standings in LMDH. There's Walk Racing Red. Picked up that penalty that Sam's just mentioned about. Really starts to shuffle around here and try and stay on top. So Effect 906 there into the pits. Walk Racing Yellow there in 2 in LMP2. GE Sports in LMDH there in the BMW outfit.
That is not a good time board right now for Walk Racing, is it? 9th isn't last, to be fair.
No.
But 7th, 8th, 9th, that's not where they want to be. And it's not going to get better than that because currently, yeah, of course, Multigan's going to need to do another tour of the pit lane.
Magic Arrow in LMDH right now. And I'm intrigued, Sam, what sort of laps are Effect and say about 90 setting in comparison to Walk Racing Red and well, certainly Core Sim Racing, Newman having pitted earlier on. Well, they're going a lot faster as into the pits come
All the
said cars.
LMP2s.
Yeah, Delatraz in as well.
So yeah,
Pure Sims, Absolute will, I'm sure, will be in now as well.
so that's an interesting one then, that Core pitted as early as they did. Because they're only going, because obviously I said earlier on, you need to average 36 minutes in order to get to the end of the race. So they're only going 2 minutes over the 36. So Core are going to have to full stint basically for the rest of the race in order to not do an extra pit stop. These guys have just done as long a stint as they possibly can. It's the standard thing that you do. I wonder if Core Sim Racing will be ahead of those drivers after this first round of pit stops. I feel like they should be because they've had fresh tyres for the last few laps.
See, Sam, the pessimist, the cautious person in me would say, go long as possible for every single stop early on. Then if something happens to us mid, late race, we've got that flexibility. Right now, Sven Newman and Core Sim Racing have gambled, and it's worked, Sam.
Yeah, they've got 4 seconds. I mean, it was like half a second
How long
before.
will they stop though for, Sam, in comparison
It was
to
a bit of a
effect?
shorter pit stop, wasn't it? Only 29. So maybe they are going to do the extra pit stop then, Core, because clearly they can't go as long in this stint. So, wow, this is fun. I like this.
I do.
I think they're going to do an extra pit stop here, of course, Sim Racing. Maybe want to get the fresh tyres. But usually, I didn't want to boast. I am a bit of an expert in this car. Tim, I did do a fixed LMP2 race at Montreal the other day. And
How did it go, Sam?
let's just say the top 4 were troubled. I finished 4th in that race, so I was very pleased with myself. As here comes Walk Racing Yellow past Pure Sims. That's a nice move there for them. They've gained a fair bit of time in Pure Sims during that pit stop sequence. In fact, yeah.
Sorry, Sam, cut across you.
Apologies.
Marto of Race Clutch in from second in LMDH. As we have Fiercely Forward Yellow and Black leading the way overall.
Well, we were saying before, were Race Clutch just holding back, saving fuel?
No,
It seems not.
no. Really seems to be like they're struggling for pace here today in Road America. Round 5 of the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. You're on Apex Racing TV. So there it goes, the Scuderia Valverde Cadillac. Now up into, where's that, Sam? 5th.
4th.
Even better. Even better. Here's some replay, Sam.
That's an interesting adjective to describe. Oh, so there was a bit of contact initially. So that's how the red car... Was it the red car? There's the 222. And then there was a separate incident, seemingly a moment later.
Oh.
And that was so unlucky for... They were leading at that point, right?
They were
Expectations 99?
second.
Oh, they were second, apologies. And then just
There you
about
go.
got through that. Was that...
So there's Fiercely
Oh,
Forward.
Fiercely Forward just gave a little bit of a tap.
And that's what caused the
That was the other
effect in
effect car.
LMP2. Yeah, the Dutch team.
No chance there.
Twice in as many laps
Then
for
there's
effect.
one on the pit straight.
Oh, no.
No.
You go for the Kevin Estra pass in the grass, but you've got to have the skills to cash the check, and it didn't work. Well,
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
trouble's brewing,
Oh,
Sam.
no.
Oh!
Oh man.
No. Well, I get the feeling it's going to get even worse. Pick a lane. Oh, that's the Storm 4 spotlight
Well
there,
done.
Sam Fitzpatrick.
Send that man a mouse.
Oh, and the mouse mat as
and
well.
A mouse pad.
That is, well, if that doesn't win.
I said it right at the start, didn't I? I said, all right, it's usually been an overtake this season, but it can be for a few different things, including a near miss.
Sam, I don't feel
And
like
he's listened. He's listened.
he has. I don't feel like I'm worthy enough to sit next to, you know, someone with such wisdom.
Send us his address. And so, I mean, we do have to put it to the public right now, but it's, you know,
I
I think we know the result.
don't think there can be any other result other than that one.
It's a shame for it to come about in those circumstances.
Well, yes.
Because the initial move was one of the worst I've seen in maybe Apex Racing League history. But the conclusion of it was majestic.
Let us know what you think in the chat. Let us know what you think in the chat. Wow, it has been a crazy, crazy last 10 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
we've had a lot happen. It got away pretty calmly, all things considered. Not a lot of changes, well, certainly in LMP2, but from that point onward, as we look back from Walk Racing Yellow to Pure Sims, Walk Racing Yellow up 6 places now, Sam. But they are on that alternative track, so that does play a part of it.
It was the 222 guy who were involved in that incident at Bill Mitchell Bend.
Say Phil Mitchell.
Yeah, but it's Bill Mitchell Bend,
Yeah.
even though on racecircuits.info, which is usually very good, they've just labelled it 1013, it is Bill Mitchell Bend. But the 222, I wonder if they'll get a penalty. They haven't been reported yet, but they would. I'm very sure they were at fault for that incident at Bill Mitchell Bend. So I wonder if it's like you say, whilst they're doing very well at the moment, I feel like there may be a setback for them coming.
Little bit of a, well, I mean, how are Fiercely Forward Yellow, Sam, and Prestanda Nomad still out there? The BMW and the Cadillac.
Yeah, it's been a good sort of recovery from them so far.
I think I might know, Sam. I bet. They've clearly got one of Storm Force's great machines, and they're getting more frames, just allowing them to be more accurate and perform better out on track. Of course, they work together with Apex Racing Team on benchmarking their machines in various sims. Make sure you check them out. And also, ASUS ARL 10, 10% off, Sam.
Yeah,
Not 1%, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 9, but 10.
Yeah. There's a link in the description below, which you can click on, and that will send you through to check out their products. And like we say, use that discount code to get a very nice discount on their ASUS range or their PCs, whether you're getting started at PC gaming, whether you are an esports professional, or whether you're anything in between. Thanks to them for sponsoring us. Here comes Pure Sims Esports and Walk Racing Yellow. G Esports Racing Team 126 also getting a penalty now. They were having a pretty good time, but here comes the here comes the 216. So apparently, I think they had a longer pit stop, according to Paul Busby. No, he's Effect Simulations, isn't he? Not Pure Sims. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why they changed positions, because it seemed like the yellow car was a fair bit off, but not anymore.
That's a driver change, Sam. You're seeing on your screen, Fiercely Forward Yellow. I can just see it out. Macias Orgelat into the car.
And look at the time as well, 46 minutes. So they've gone 1 minute over what they need to do in order to pull off the 3-stop.
Strong.
So, but then Race Clutch pitted ages ago. So maybe Race Clutch are doing an extra pit stop. We think Core might be doing an extra pit stop, but it's bizarre that they seem to be trying to do this. It doesn't seem like it's especially tricky to make the threshold that you need to get to in either class. And so, and this is the worst track in the world to take the extra pit stop. It's so bad because the pit lane's so long. So I am a bit confused by what's going on at the moment. But I think Fiercely Forward Yellow, they should keep the lead. They did have a few seconds of an advantage before, and I think that gap has grown a little bit more, 2.6 now.
It has a little bit. Talking of gaps though, Sam, Arnage competition versus Astro, 8 seconds at 47 minutes on the clock. And Remco in chat saying, what did Arnage eat for breakfast? Was it the Bottas porridge? Now, I think not. I think it was Hamilton honey nut cornflakes.
Hamilton?
Honey nut cornflakes.
I don't know what that's about.
Well, he's pairing up an F1 driver with a breakfast item.
Bottas, you know, he ate porridge one time and he won the race.
Did.
And everyone,
you know, I'm feeling a bit of a competition in chat. Who can come up with the best driver-inspired breakfast cereal name?
Okay, bring it on.
It's the sort of random conversations that we have before the show.
Marcus Kennel saying pit entry is long. Seems like you practically throw the car into the pits from the start straight. Apologies, I may have said pit entry. I meant pit lane is very long. That's why you lose a lot of time. But yeah, the pit entry, it does come up pretty quick. and
It's
it is one of the trickiest ones to get right.
Yes, but it's timing that breaking point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vincent Frosty. That's a strong one.
Beat that chap.
The gauntlet is firmly being thrown down by one of our producers there. So, sit rep, 48 minutes, 36 on the clock, done. Race clutch, our header fiercely forward. Yellow.
Why
no,
they come back into the pits?
No.
What's going on here? Mateus Orjuela has only just got in that car. I wonder if there's a problem with his rig.
You still see the last pit stop time, Sam? Can we see it? 50 seconds, so
Yeah,
it's not like
full tank.
Sam,
full tank of fuel.
Their pit box is right down the end, but is that a drive-through? That's a drive-through, Sam. Yeah, I'm being told by Peter Berryman.
Maybe we missed
That
that
is a
on the
drive-through.
sheets. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was for Canada Corner. Oh, so maybe they caused the contact at Canada Corner then a few laps ago. Albeit, was that quite recent? So that was on lap 19. No, it was a fair while ago. It was a fair while ago. So, yeah, they got a penalty for that. So apologies, I think I was saying that was the 222 car's fault, but I don't think it was. I think it was Fiercely Forward Yellow's fault after all.
We've got some, not as strong as French and Frosties, but Drive Donuts. It's vanilla spaghetti. You can do better, guys. Do better than that.
Marcus Kenner also saying, Spa Endurance is the worst. Yes, it is the worst. Fortunately, it's never used for the 24 hours. Thank goodness. Even in the 24 hours, I don't think they use it anymore. Like, like in real life, that is.
Oh.
I don't think they use it. Oh, that's a move for Pure Sims, who are coming back through the order. Oh, no!
No. Oh.
That's a blown engine as well. Delta V. Have they already used their faster pair as well, Delta V? I'm not sure. I feel like they may have already been involved in something.
Yeah, because they're well down the order, Sam. I think that could be race ending for them.
It's been pointed out that we have a bowl of rice at the moment because, well, no, there's actually there's like a little pepper in there at the moment. Basically, bowl of rice is a fantastic analogy, which means that our timing screen has turned white. And of course, what's white?
Rice.
Rice.
Rice, baby.
And so often there is
Sam,
red and yellow and orange, which means a curry, but no, it's just rice at the moment. The curry's been all eaten up.
Now, as well, Sam, the only gap, actually no, there's one emerging now that's below a second. That's in GTD. The one previously was between the recovering MA70's LMDH, which was very close to our leader in LMP2. Sam, Johnny Sherbert, Fernando Alonso's. They're not. These aren't.
What are O's?
Like cereals, like like honey, Like,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by that.
Jam
because when you first came up with this, Tim, I thought, what a waste of time, and yet we're getting good engagement. Driver Donuts, Spinella Spaghetti, Fernando Alonso's, Johnny Sherbert,
Jam
Magnuson, Nanini Panini, Sebastian Pretzel. Thomas Cope, absolutely
smashing.
I mean, stand up, Thomas.
Alpha Esports, they have picked up a penalty, Sam. Again.
So that was for the off track. That was for going for a move on the grass. 30-second stop go penalty.
I mean,
I feel like there's not really a ceiling to the penalty you could give in that scenario, really. Like I said,
it's a tricky one.
Really
Sam.
bad move.
Good news, Sam. That gap in GTD is closing at a rapid rate of knots. Here it is, and it's finally something positive for Maniti. They're catching third place Neonite, and they need to. It's Mercedes on Mercedes.
So Neonite got past though, didn't they? Was that?
They did, Sam.
And of course, we have had a bunch of pit stops as well in the GTDs. I don't think we've paid too much attention to that, but it seems like everyone pretty much...
And that incident we had earlier on as well down at Cannon Corner really shook up quite a few of the GTDs.
It did. So a lot of those pit stops being made in the last couple of laps. The Neonite car, hang on. The Neonite car pit on lap 13, that can't be right. That's what I'm seeing at the moment. I'm a little bit confused by that. That is the current scenario for that one. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's coming up on our screen. I'm pretty sure they only just pitted, did Neonite. But yeah, they're doing amazingly well. Currently in 3rd position. And Lucas Perez for Astro Racing are now coming into the pit. So Astro should come back out of the pits in 2nd place. But Arnaud will retake the lead and should be very long way ahead. Have I said something, Tim?
Oh, you have simple things that tickle me in life. Alexander Albon. Alexander Albon. Oh yeah, it's sorry. Dad joke central aplenty. Has into the pits come Astro Racing, 2nd place in GTD. Well, actually, no, apologies. They're heading out, aren't they? They're right down pit exit.
Yeah, and they're comfortably in 2nd place still. Arnaud competition. What a performance from them, though. And they are going to need a favour from Manatee Racing Green to finish a bit lower in this race and the next race. But from their side, they are perfecting everything right now. Nicholas Rubel are exceptional so far. And from pole position, the Chilean has not looked back.
Now, Sam, obviously, food driver-based puns aside, I've also been keeping half an eye on what's going on in LMDH, and it's an interesting story being played out right now, Sam. I know you love an interesting story like the best of us. Race Clutch now lead, an effect after leading for so long and back into 2nd, but because of their early stop, they're all out of sync. This is going to keep us guessing to the end. Pure Sims, they picked up a drive-through penalty, causing a collision. Oh, I'll tell you what, after Le Mans 3 weeks ago, Peter Barryman just, you know, able to just put his feet up and...
There's a nice steady stream coming in at the moment. It's not overwhelming, but I think we've had so far about 12 protests, and unfortunately, lots of them receiving penalties. We've already had about 5 times more penalties in this race than we did for the last race. And I'm not exaggerating. I think we had 2 for Le Mans, whereas we've already had, 7, I think, so far tonight. Well, of course, we saw that Pure Sims 1, and honestly, I think it was a fairly obvious crash going into turn 3, going into the back of Delta V. And in case we didn't see it the first time, here it is again. And yeah, maybe a bit of frustration for Pure Sims. And of course, they'll argue that the Delta V car broke a bit early, but that looks like a fine breaking point to me, and it was a big hit.
It was, on top of that, that rivalry, Cadillac and BMW being played out, rival teams. It was brewing quite a bit. As we see, Scuderia Volpe Viola. Ironically, they're actually behind Volpe Verde, who've sort of been I say weaker, not as strong of the 2 Scuderia Volpe teams. And, well, actually, Volpe Viola locked in a really, really tight battle right now, Sam, as well. So we look back from them. That behind us is a BMW of Alejandro Roy Sanchez Simify. And, squeeze it up the inside there. The effect 206. And dispatches that LMP2. There's a flash of the lights, and I can tell you, that does not mean good luck in your battle, lads. Off you go. Enjoy yourselves.
Here comes the Podium Simify Esports. They are perfectly alongside. That's a fantastic map paint that they have on that. And they are up into 7th place. Good work from the 133. They are down 2 places from their race start, but on that last lap they were faster than everyone in the LMDH's bar. Race Clutch out in the lead, so they are really motoring on. And you can see the Viola car really getting held up there by some traffic there. They are well clear. Immediately, that's going to be tight. That's going to be contact for the FX Simulations 906, Aston Eagle Mears. And now he's having to wait a while in order to get back on circuit. Doesn't want to have an unsafe return. That car already had some damage, I think, and it might have even more.
It was caught up in the incident down at Canada corner, I believe, from memory, Sam. Also, while you're talking, say about 92 machine in GTD picks up a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. There's Massimo Miasetti, the Italian, currently at the helm for them. And at times, Sam, it's almost like nobody wants to lead this one. Magic Arrow in, I know they've been there a while in the pits. That's looking like a retirement. And, well, talking of retirements, Magic Arrow looking like they're out. They've been in the pits a long time now. Delta V, lost them on lap 27, currently on lap 31. Share Esports have decided to retire the car. That was on lap 18. Lap 17, lost the Sabre at 93. Valkyrie Competition on lap 14, and the Effects Ferrari GTD all the way back on lap 5. Meanwhile, Junkus Hollinger, Nguyen Flores, the Argentine, currently in the car for them. Half a second, and you can see it right behind us. That is the BMW M4 GT3 of Delta V Racing with Reme 14 in the car for them right now. Tell you what, Sam, this looked like it could be a little bit early stages. It looked like it was going BMW's way in GTD. Now, I'd say this is more looking like Mercedes' way. And the lone Lambo, that's running strong as well of Delta V, currently 7th in class. There it is.
Yeah, I feel like that car had a bit of a setback at one point, didn't they? They were involved in that Canada corner incident, but they got away without too much damage, or perhaps were able to take a faster pair at their pit stop. It was only, I don't know, about 15 minutes to be fair after that incident that they took their pit stop. And yeah, they've been really strong ever since. Did take a little bit of an early pit stop, lap 21. They pitted 15 seconds ahead of Nguyen Flores, or Junkus Hollinger. Is certainly good news for them. The GTD class is the only class with some curry at the moment. Everywhere else is...
what type of curry? Is it a Vindaloo? It's really spicy, or it's more calm, mild affair like
honestly,
a korma?
It's a korma right now.
Okay. Come back when we reach a beef Madras level. Or a vegetarian Madras, because I know you're a veggie, Sam.
Yes. Remco asking, well, no, so we've got Thomas Cope saying, pasta larde, pasta maldonade, and he said that he's going to stop now.
They had come up with Rubens Berry Cello beforehand. Dutch Dig said Yuki cones equals snow cones. Still not as good as Alexander Armand's.
It's good.
That's good.
I feel bad if Thomas doesn't win this, seeing that he's submitted most of the attempts.
It's quality, not quantity, Sam.
It's quality over quantity.
Oh, Sam, drive. That's
so is
the
that the penultimate corner? I've been waiting for this one. No, this is turn 1. This is a different one. Okay, this is turn 1 for the Triple T car. Oh man, it's been a tough. No, sorry, they've been investigated for turn 1 incident, but that one was for the last sector, and that was the Bill Mitchell Bend incident that I was talking about for ages.
Yes.
And finally, they have been protested for that. I think the protest only recently came in for that one, but I was surprised that wasn't protested immediately. But they have now, got that penalty. So I think that's fair enough, because that did seem like a pretty obvious one. So that other penultimate corner incident, that must have been something, unrelated, another separate incident to that one.
Well, Sam, look at where we are. 1 hour done. Let's go for the top of the hour update, and let's look back to the start. And wow, it kicked off right at the start through turn 1, getting compressed.
Simify going off on that occasion.
Not MA70 like we thought earlier on. Very similar liveries. Don't do it for the commentators. LMP2, little bit more orderly affair in that class, but still elbows out, but a respectable elbows out. And that's how it sort of happened, and didn't really, continue on in some ways in that. In GTD, there was definite elbows out, and that's what started what's been a real uphill climb for Maniti. after they
who did get a
out.
who did get a 5-second penalty
post-race.
for that, but that'll only be applied at the end of the race. It wasn't enough for a drive-through.
This is the lap 5 incident saw effect, retire the car, and well, Jonathan Hitchin there caught out and car sent left, right, and then they tried to get across the pits, get off the track as they're running slow. Now, this is the change in LMDH when Beckham Jasir, fiercely forward yellow, took the lead from Robin Mass of effect. Wow, little we know they were going to get into troubles later on.
Yeah, of course, fiercely forward yellow. Taking their pit stop and then immediately came in on the next lap. That was the penalty that the 222 car got involved in. And unfortunately, that took out our race leader, or second place, apologies, in the LMDH class, the 909 Effect Simulations car.
Well, there was more drama for Effect. This time it was the turn of the LMP2 outfit. And wow, this is the big incident. The attempted pass on the grass that did not work out. Hold tight, everyone. Close your eyes. If you don't like jump scares, bang.
And then these Stormforce winner of the round.
Oh, if this isn't Sam.
Incredible.
Oh,
incredible.
It gets better every time you see it. So the 2A6 again, drama for them. This time a spin at what, turn 8. Now, while we're going through those, Sam, bit of a mention to, of course, Stormforce and, well, the kind prizes they've provided us with, the ASUS Vivo Watch at 5 for any team who doesn't receive a penalty during the season. Now, Sam, on that talking point, I think there's a few names that may have been crossed off that list, and this list has been whistled down after today.
There's got to be someone left, surely. I think there's going to be a lot of teams left. I think there's going to be probably 20 odd who. You have got to do all the rounds, though, I would say that. So maybe not 20. I think probably 10, 15. David Walters, thanks for subscribing, David. Much appreciated. And of course, recently we did get to 15,000 subscribers, which is thanks to a lot of you who are watching the Le Mans race, where we were clamoring to get to 15k. We fell just short, and then I think about 2 days later we did reach 15k. So thanks, guys, if you did subscribe during that, because that did help us get to 15,000 subscribers. So thanks a lot to that. And of course, thanks to Stormforce, who of course have decades of experience in building everything from high quality gaming PCs to professional workstations. And all of Stormforce Gaming's PCs are engineered to maximize performance and deliver outstanding value with every build, no matter your budget. Do click the link in our description below to see their latest offers at stormforcegaming.co.uk. And of course, you can use the discount code ASUS ARL10 in order to get 10% off your order. Just click on that link, check out their products. It's really good. Really high quality PC equipment for really whatever you need to make your upgrade in.
Definitely, Sam. So, should you have a little rundown through the orders as we're now just inside, well, 6 minutes in fact, inside this second hour. And wow, leading the way, it's Race Clutch overall with Effect Simulations 909 now, running second in class, but 10 seconds down. And wow, as much as Race Clutch do lead by that 10-second margin, it's not telling the full story of exactly how this one's panned out and what has happened here today. They haven't got fiercely forward yellow. That second stop has hindered them. That's dropped them down to third. Well, so no, it was a drive-through, wasn't it? And that's what's pushed them all the way back. Having led, coming into the round of pit stops, there was a driver change. Jasir got out of the car. Orgelet got into the car. Well, it's been calm since, but they are 15 seconds down on Effect. A 25-second spread across the top three. Coming into the pit stops, it was about 1.5, 2 seconds change there. Prestanda Nomad leading the charge for Cadillac there in LMDH. Up 6 places into 4th. Another Cadillac in 5th. Scuderia Volpi Verde. Thank you to Francois Lacroze. I do believe your name was LaRose. Francois LaRose. I can't find that.
Volpi. Yes, thanks for
Volpi.
that.
Volpe, the P.
Volpi.
Anyway, they are 5th. The Volpi Verde team. Great stuff for them, up 8 places into 5th. So great to have 2 Cadillacs inside the top 5. Did not look like that was going to be possible at the start of the race today. Then it's Simify in 6th. 50 forward Black 7th. Scuderia Volpi Viola in 8th. And down 5 it's GE Sports. Pure Sims up 2 into 10th.
Issue for Arnage competition. Our leaders in... Oh, no!
Oh, no! Oh,
they were dominating. They were dominating.
Sam.
And that's on the exit of the kink now. Is this a
Oh,
solo
no, that's
car
it gone.
incident? He'll get a faster pair, but he will exit the pits some
That toes killed it, Sam. And they were leading... Well, last time we checked in, Sam, they were leading by 8 seconds.
Comfortably. I think it could have even been more than 8 seconds. I was saying how cool it was to see them really pick up their pace this season, because they didn't start off fantastic, and then they had that stunning victory at Le Mans where they won by half a minute. Well, they were half a minute clear at one point. I think it was ended up about 10 seconds in the end, but it was still very comfortable. But they're not going to win tonight.
Well, Sam, that all of a sudden, we were saying that Arnage needed a cracking result today, and that how things were panning out, especially with that 5-second post-race penalty that Maniti were going to incur, which is going to drop them down the order. It's called Sim Racing in from the lead in LMP2. They're on that alternative strategy. Fascinating how Sven Newman's going to make that one work out. Of course, in ARL Trucks ran brilliant strategy there. Can he transfer it across here to LMP2 at Road America? But back to my point, Sam, Arnage competition, they were going to make bank today on points against Maniti. That's not happening now. This is now flipped the championship on its head, and this is swung it back in advantage, Maniti.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say that's probably the end of their championship hopes, because, like I said, they needed to get a couple of race victories. It's a very steep scoring system we have for this series. It's 50 points for the win, 40 for second, and 34 for third. So you can really make up a lot of points just by finishing first compared to third. But yeah, so if they had won both races, then they would have been absolutely charging down that lead. But doesn't look like they're going to be doing that anymore.
Well, stand by, Sam. I understand from word of mouth. Here we go. We've got the replay. Oh, there's an Olympic. No.
Yellow car.
Oh, no.
That was a bit too late, I think. I think it was too late.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
And then a tyre goes up in the air.
Some more body parts fall off that BMW M4 GT3. Wow, that is a big shunt, a big incident for Arnage competition.
And that was Sutinu Maihe in the Walk Racing yellow car who was involved in that. Of course, did get a penalty earlier on for the penultimate corner incident. They didn't get a penalty for the turn 1 incident, I will say that. I think they're going to get a penalty for that as well. So it's just a bit too late. There's a point where you can go alongside into the kink, and that was past that point.
And I think they've got front end damage as well. Looks like that front right. Looks like the headlight, Sam, is just pointing inwards to me. I don't know about you. Am I being blind? No, I'm not.
I think
there's damage, right. Yeah, it's the bodywork. Talking of, no, I'm not sure on this one. Dutch Sig saying anything in the chat. From some angles, that Lambo looks like a Civic. I mean, you couldn't get two very different car manufacturers.
You were saying earlier on how the Audi TCR looks like a Civic.
Yeah, with certain paint schemes on it.
Maybe everything just looks like a Civic. Maybe the Civic is the baseline car, and everything just is evolving towards that, perhaps.
Well, I'm just reading through the chat right now, Sam. Catching up with it. Yeah, everyone calling it like similar to ourselves regarding that incident there, and wow, Arnage has he got a feel for them? One of those things. One of those things. But there was that big netcode. Such a weird, freakish incident.
Couldn't see them. They are back out on circuit. They are best part of 2 minutes down.
Something very similar to what we saw in ARL GT Trophy, with the flip that happened at Spa recently.
Yeah.
It's on. If you want to see a clip of that, head across to our socials at Apex Racing TV, where you can witness. How do you describe it? Bizarre, freakish, impressive.
What's the flip called? It was like a barrel roll.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Walk racing yellow, drive through, causing a collision. Also, Sam, now the amount of incidents that car has been involved in, they're going to be near the incident point limit for incurring a drive-through penalty through that alone.
So we won't reveal what they are on, just because it gives a bit of an advantage to other teams. But yeah, they are probably getting fairly close to it right now. But surely it's 40, right? So they should be able to turn down. And also, they have had 2 drive-throughs already. What's the third? So it won't be the end of the world for them. Their race has been very compromised. Bogdan Moldovan for Walk Racing Red is into the pits. I did notice that when Newman came into the pits for Core Sim Racing LMP2, he should still be able to do the 4-stop. So he actually went fairly long in that second stint. I thought he wasn't going to go very long because he didn't seem to put a lot of fuel in it. But he will still be able to pull off the 4-stop. I don't think anyone's going to do a 3-stop. So whilst they're going to have longer pit stops later on, our Core Sim Racing LMP2, they're not going to make the extra pit stop, which at one point I thought they were going to do.
I mean, if they were going to, that would have been...
that would have been stupid, dare I say.
I don't think they had enough pace in the car overall across a stint
to
overcome.
A lot of tyre wear in order to make that work, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, the way the Effect and say about 90 were barreling along with a more traditional strategy, I don't think it would have worked. But talking of manoeuvres, that's a change for position there. The say about 92 car moving ahead of Junkers Hollinger Esports. Going to change for 8th position. BMW just sliding past there. Seems to be quite good, Sam, through those corners. From through 6, 7, 8, 9. BMW seems to be slightly stronger for me compared to the Mercedes. Is that race clutch just hanging it right around the outside, or MA7?
They
way too similar liveries.
MA7C and
race clutch
all look the same. I think that was race clutch, though, who were making their way through. Big fan of that Junkers Hollinger Esports livery, by the way. I'm a big fan of a black paint with a few accents on it. So that is one of my favourites of the series. Kia is not happy. They would be champions, of course, if it ended like this. Going into this round, they had a 43-point lead. If they win right now, second place going into this round was Fiercely Forward Black, and they're down in 8th. So they would be, I don't know, 70-odd points clear in the championship if it ends like this. And so would be the inaugural ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship winners in the MDH category, and full stop, really, not even in the MDH category, because obviously they would be the first winners. We're not expecting anyone else to win the title tonight. I think Manatee could potentially win it if they win this race and they beat everyone else by a decent margin. But yeah, Race Clutch could well be the title. It's looking very likely right now.
Thomas Cope saying, what about my Porsche Cup crash at Spa when I was flying above the field?
I think I remember that one. That was the start of last season.
That was. And talking of last season, Sam, and Thomas Cope, he came along to, well, the Sim Centre, only downstairs below the esports studios here at Apex Racing, and took part in the race, did it downstairs, and afterwards popped up for a bit of a chat with myself on the sofas post-race. And if you would like to come and race, league race. Oh, there's Andy Dawson from the lead of LMP2 into the pits. But yeah, you can hire out one of our rigs and you could be on camera here in esports studios with myself and Sam or one the other team.
Yeah, we really like having conversations with people in person. Now, as sim racers, that rarely happens.
Ooh, people?
So
no.
We really do crave that. And so, yeah, do join the Apex Racing Sim Centre. It's based in Corby in the UK. It's about 30 miles south of Leicester. That's a reference for people. Tim's giving me a funny look. Maybe it's about 40 miles east of Birmingham. Maybe that's a better reference.
Yeah.
It's in the Midlands. And yeah, you can come and try out the rigs. Of course, the rigs all kitted out with the Virtual Racing School rigs, the Virtual Racing School wheelbase, wheel rim, and pedals as well. It's pretty much as good as a rig as you're going to get, because it's the same rigs as what they use in ESL R1. It's also the same rigs as what Apex Racing team use as well. And so it's pretty much as the ideal setup. And if you're looking to get involved in Virtual Racing School equipment, then coming to our sim center is definitely the best way to try it out. But also, obviously, you know, you can host events, you can have a laugh with your mates here, and of course, do some events as well, whether they're Apex Racing League or not. Just doing some iRacing events from the sim center, you're very welcome. Visit apexracingsim.com for more
Quite
details.
often there's normally 1 or 2 pro drivers just lurking around.
Yeah,
Their brains.
they're not very friendly, but you
No,
can,
well, yeah,
still,
you know.
you can try to
Might even
chat to them.
give you a BAM energy drink.
Maybe, maybe.
There's plenty of those laying around. That's our new
We have
partnership.
got a lot.
We have. Talking of a lot, Sam, Callum Reid Garton, just heading into the pits. He's gone an extra lap compared to the rest of the field in LMP2 during this pit station cycle, as I've just kicked part of the chair that was very metallic and made a loud noise there.
It sounded like a spoon.
It did, didn't it? He's got the kettle on.
So
For the
Callum
next second half of this race.
coming to a stop. Is he going to get out of that car? Is that a man getting out of a car? I think it is.
Yes.
His webcam turned off at least. So he's gone. And he will probably lose the race lead here. Depends if they're going to go for their short stop now. Still, David Orchetto might take the lead because he might be able to push it one more lap. I doubt it though, because it seems like it's about 20 laps is effectively the limit, and Orchetto did only go 20 laps earlier on. But, oh, Orchetto had a spin. Orchetto had a spin at the final corner. He is trying to get into the pits now, right? Yeah, so he had to slow down after that spin so that he didn't swipe across the cars approaching, and he's into the pits. So Core take back the lead. Seybelt should be behind Effect. Effect have already moved past. They are still ahead of Delachaz Automotive by Major's Garage though.
And talking of effects, Sam, the 909 car, there it is, the LMP, I was going to call it the LMP1, the LMDH, in the pits, and it means that has to move for a little bit.
That's quite early for Effect,
Yeah.
because you want to get to the hour 30 in order to do the 3-stop.
Hold on,
They
Sam. How
need
long's
to
that been
go
stationary, though?
50 minutes in order to get to the end now.
No, it's okay.
I'm not sure if they've got enough fuel to go to the
having
end
a
with
driver
just one more
change.
stop. So I think they're going to do one extra tour. We did see Race Clutch come into the pits quite early in their first stint as well. But Fiercely Forward, Yellow and Prestanda Nomad, I'm almost certain are on a 3-stop. So basically, if you're on a 3-stop, you can get to the 1 hour 30 is basically what you're aiming for.
Well, it's being Team Robinson. That's Robin Veerman gets in the car. Robin must get out. As
Just left a bit too much space for did the Eslith car.
catching the grass, and that's what sent them around. We started just at the top of the outside. We started going through the standings. We got through on the DH. It all kicked off again. It all got a bit dramatic. MP2, that's led by Sven Newman, of course. Sim Racing, there they are.
But
1
with
second.
an early pit stop. That's the big thing.
Yes.
They pitted 4 laps earlier than the rest, so it's likely that everyone else is going to be able to not make one less pit stop, but just take a shorter pit stop later on. So one could argue Effect are basically leading this race because they should be able to take, say, 5 seconds less fuel later on in the event.
See for the graphic as well, top left corner of your screen. That's when they pitted. So lap 36 for Core, lap 40 for Effect, lap 41 for Seybelt. That's their last stop. So there's a few, well, they're all within a period of 38 to 41. Fiercely Forward Black, 1, 2, 4, post-race 5-second penalty. Dangerous driving.
Ali Hunt of Canada in that car. It wasn't necessarily Ali who was in the car when the penalty was yielded, however.
Delachaz
Here we
there
go. This could be a move. 4.17.
for the lead.
I'm going to send it back there. Remember, like I said, Effect did go further But Newman's under pressure here. He's going to struggle to cover off this one. Here come effects for the race lead. They're almost making contact, and they are passed. Not happy with that one at all. But Sven Newman's stalwart defense of the race lead for this entire event has come to an end at the midpoint stage. And Andy Dawson and Effect Simulations 908 are on course for their first race victory of the season.
And an abundance of light flashing from Newman there. Clearly not impressed by the way and the manner in which Dawson got past.
Still flashing.
Still having a good old go, isn't he? Dawson fast approaching. I tell you what, he's not hung around either. 1 second the gap already, but he's about to come up on 2 battling GTDs ahead of him, Sam. This could be tricky, and this is a tricky part of the circuit to get a move done, to get past. Of course, these LMP2s do not have the hybrid deployment and assistance that their larger LMDH cousins do have. And Dawson knows it. He's pulling aggressive moves to clear this traffic. He does it and gets a car between himself and Core. But Core have closed up. It's a net gain of 3 tenths. 7 tenths is the gap between the pair of them now. And Core are going to close up more and more and more. It drops down into 5 tenths right now. They come onto the brakes into turn 1. The short run down the hill through 2. This little bit of a kink down to 3. An immaculate exit required from these 2 drivers. Maybe a little bit more loose from Dawson, but he's pulled that extra tenth or so, which is going to be crucial in this defense. And also, I think he's got a GTD in front of him, Sam. He's just going to draft off that a little bit. It's just going to help him with this defense of the lead right now and allow him to maintain that gap at about 6 to 7 tenths. And then he trips up over. Is that actually?
That's Manatee.
Yes, it is.
He's going to send it, Manatee. I feel like every time we see Manatee being overtaken by an LMP car, it's always really close. It's impressive that they haven't had a crash so far tonight. Just the only incident really that they've been involved in, I think, was that turn 1 incident on lap 1 where they picked up a 5-second penalty. At the moment, they would still finish in 2nd place, but only just ahead of Impulse Racing. 6 seconds. The gap, no, it's not 6 seconds, actually 4.6 seconds. So if it did end like this, apologies, I'm looking at the wrong class. Brilliant work, Sam. No, they are decently clear, so they would hold on to 2nd position, as it would be for Manatee Racing Green, which would bring them within touching distance of the championship victory.
Sam, race clutch in from the lead of LMDH. To round out these standings, there they are, pulling up into their pit stop, the very last pit box, pretty much of them.
Is he staying in? No, he's hopping out. Who's in? Who's getting in that car? It is Timu Milikangas for his first appearance of the season, and he's got a webcam. What a prepared driver Timu is. And of course, as a Finnish driver, we have very high expectations. I remember back in the days of the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series, when there were about 50 Finnish sim races on the service, and 10 of them were on the grid for that World Championship Series. So big expectations here from Teamy.
Talking about expectations, as you battle for 11th place in GTD. Right now, that looks like that's pretty much settled with Roberto Ferrari of, say, about 91. And well down because the penalties having started much higher up. In fact, they've dropped 6 places down to 11th, having started 5th.
Yeah, that was an instant really early on, I think, for that 91 car. Within the first few laps, they've just been making up time ever since. Instant for Neonite, perhaps, or is it just just a pit stop for Neonite? They've had a really good night with Philip Oldak in that car. I think he's been in from the start, and they've just made their 2nd pit stop, pretty much the first team to make their 2nd pit stop. So they're still on the 3 stop, as are most of the LMDHs and all of the GTDs on a 3 stop. But yeah, they went for the earlier stop, so that's why they're a bit further down that graphic, demonstrating just how early that pit stop was. We're expecting, you know, Astro to go to lap 50. You know, they're not going to be far short of the 2 hours when they come in for their 2nd stop.
To round up those standings in LMP2, Delatraz 4th, that is Pure Sims, Walk Racing Red, Effects 906. They've had a driver change, Master Investors into the car. Likewise, of Alpha Esports Blue behind them, Jordi Spetkins getting into the car there. There's Absolute Motorsport, Walk Racing Yellow, and Walk Racing Blue. A real tough afternoon at the track for the Walk Racing crew. There's Vesta This is what we like to see. A driver with their driver cam on, Sam. Then webcam on and love to see the reaction.
Michael, one of the few Dutch drivers not to be named after a festive bird in this race.
Yes, although the LMDH team, both their drivers are called Robin today. They do have also Jack Wilson as a third driver, although...
Who famously is a massive Batman fan.
Yes.
So he sort of makes up for it in that regard.
It's the only way it can work.
Yeah,
part of that team.
That was one of the prerequisites.
Alpha Esports are a lap down overall. The first LMP2 to be fully lapped. In terms of retirements, LMP2, there are none. Let's take a quick look into GTD, because we're pretty much halfway through the first hour, and attempted to do this at the top of the hour. Didn't quite work out. Too much going on here from Road America in round 5 of the championship. Astro Racing leading the way. Maniti, wow, back into second. They have a 5-second post-race penalty, Sam, and they're 5.7 seconds clear of Raymond Sheffers of Impulse in the BMW. 2 Mercedes leading the way, then a BMW rounding out the podium here. Then it's Delatraz. Delta V, the Lamborghini, at 4 places now into 5th. Can they get on the podium, Sam Fitzpatrick? I'd love to see that. I think everyone at home love an underdog story. The only V10 in the whole field. Can it do it? Let's hope so. Say about 92. They are 4th, having 6th, apologies, having climbed 4 places. Then it's Lucas Hollinger in the Mercedes. Then it's 2 BMWs of Dutch Sim Racing and SDK. Before we then have in 10th, Neonites. And we've got the Save Out 91 free rep squad Corsa, who you can see right on your screens now. Nikolai Rubala of Arnage led.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it, don't you?
You do, Sam. Led by a country mile. They got it wrapped up. They could have stopped off, had a little picnic, watched some of the racing, got back in, maybe even gone for a nice pub lunch on a Sunday afternoon. Had a little, got home, had a little nap, and still carried off and taken this one to victory. But incident with one of the LMP2s means that they are all the way down in 13th, and that's massive implications for the championship. Delta V, 14th. Into the pits are Core Sim Racing. Excuse me. Then Aerokinetics and Magic Arrow.
Yeah, Core having another pit stop. I think they were involved in some sort of incident earlier on, where Core, which forced them into an early stop, and now they're back in as well, taking tyres. As you can see, as we see our race leaders fiercely forward, yellow still at the head, and they just have to back out. You can see it quite often happens with multi-class racing is that the GTD or the slower class might defend the inside just to avoid any risk of being overtaken, so that they don't have to deal with the side-by-side action. On that occasion, actually, he was just desperate to get into the pits. They had to cover off the inside line in order to get into the pits. By the way, another shout out to Stormforce Gaming and to ASUS for sponsoring this series. As an official ASUS partner, Stormforce Gaming is dedicated to the pursuit of perfection through creating high-powered gaming PCs with their partners. Powered by ASUS means exclusivity, it means performance, it means technology as a work of art. Why consider anything less? Click the link in our description to see their latest offers at stormforcegaming.co.uk, and do go on the Powered by ASUS range in order to check out some of the Stormforce Spotlight prizes we have, like the keyboard and the mouse and the mouse pad and the headset, and plenty of other stuff that ASUS have on, who are providing through Stormforce Gaming. And of course, do use that code ASUS ARL10 in order to get 10% off. That link is also in the YouTube chat as well.
There we go. You beat me to it, Sam. I was about to say, there's even a link as well, isn't there?
Yeah. It's just been posted again. Click on it.
Take a look. Wow. Bit of a change around, haven't we? So, fiercely forward yellow and Prestanda yet to stop. However, race glitch and effect have There will Fiercely Forward come out into the mix. In third, realistically, after the pit stops, I would imagine Sam Fitzpatrick, Simify, Fiercely Forward Black, and Scuderia Volpe Verde. I prefer Volpe. I don't know why.
I don't think you get to decide.
I don't know, I don't.
I don't
It's
think
just
you're
not
in
my
a
choice.
position to
I know.
get to the head of the, I don't know, not Oxford Dictionary, the Marseille Dictionary.
Milan, Rome. Would it be Rome? Technically, in the
Well,
be
they're
Latin.
French, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it's our producer setting me up there. Actually. Yeah.
You can't
hold
blame
on.
that on our producer, Tim.
Oh
You need
no,
to take responsibility.
I've hung on myself. The Paris, then there we go.
Okay. that's in France, right?
Yeah.
Fiercely Forward, yellow into the pit, so that was pretty much as far as they could go. Beckham just here back in that car then, so they did change, and now they've changed back. Beckham, dare I say, probably the faster driver because he did qualifying. The qualified has to start in this series, so it is a decent indication of either who's the fastest in the car or who gets off work quickest on a Friday evening. One or the other very much decides who does the first stint in this series.
Sam, I'm a little bit sad. Ask me why I'm sad.
Well, I'm sad because there's two of the exact same livery currently.
Yeah, battling with one another as well.
So I'm not a fan of that.
I'm not a fan that we have way more people watching than have liked the stream so far. I think there's one more click.
Yeah,
That's all
we
it
would
takes.
appreciate it. And if you could do the extra click of subscribing as well.
If you haven't already.
If you haven't already.
Join part of the 15,000 club.
15,000 more people.
It is.
Yeah, how many people, if we did Apex Racing TV live, we could fill, what's Bournemouth's? We could fill Bournemouth Stadium.
Oh yeah, yes. I don't think they were even 20,000, so yeah.
We could probably fill Bournemouth
Excuse me.
Stadium and Brentford Stadium, I reckon. I think Bournemouth's only about 10,000. Brentford's tiny, isn't it?
No, that's slightly bigger.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we could fill Brentford Stadium is what I'm saying then.
Yes.
So join that. Imagine that. You're watching along. Simon Hurtnecki, now 0.8 of a second behind Mark Perez. Perez just came into the pit, so I think that's why they were quite so close. And actually, Hurtnecki still does need to come into the pits. He pitted on lap 26 earlier on, and I think he's now on lap 52. And if you're good at maths, that means that he's done 26 laps in this stint as well. Apologies, no, he's only on lap 51 to be fair, so he might do another lap after this before coming into the pits. But he has really stretched it out longer than most.
Pushing on.
That was close as well, just ahead, wasn't it? That was
Looking for the dip down there. Can he get it done? Let's see how committed he is through the kink. Flat, no issues there. Here we go. Now, car ahead is Simplified. Mark Perez, the Spaniard. Gonna get held up a little bit. Well, look at it.
It's always Manatee.
It is.
What is with this? Manatee, get on the live chat and tell us why you're always on screen. Because it's crazy. Or maybe it's just it is a real nice livery, that, I will say. And so we do take notice of it when we see it.
I don't know why, it reminds me of like
they're into the
Forza
pits.
on the Xbox.
Only 25 laps that time for Hurtnecki, not the 26. So I imagine they're going to change drivers.
Maybe a good point as well, just held up by that little bit of traffic.
What were you saying about the livery team?
Forza and like one of the cars that did an Xbox livery on it. It just reminds me of that.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
Wow.
Quarter of a second.
Yeah.
Not letting them get away. Once again, I repeat that Effect Simulations did pit later, and so will almost certainly have to take less fuel later on in the event. But it's still worth quite a bit on track, and I think both these guys have been in the car from the start, right?
Correct.
And so there could be a total change later on. I believe Newman's teammate is Pascal Stix. They're always teammates, are those two.
They are.
I love to see them in ARL because they've done so many ARL events, and it's always really cool to see them out on track. Andy Dawson, I'm not entirely sure, but I think we're about to look. Paul Busby is currently in that one. So the team manager
Come drive
will
them.
be in in that car imminently. They'll be pitting. Well, Corby will be pitting much earlier. Potentially in the next 5 laps, most likely, is when Corby will be pitting. It looks like Effect will be able to push it another 4 laps beyond that.
Bit of a flash of the lights there as well from Sven Newman. Just reminding Dawson that he's still there. He's not getting away from him. Dawson looks unflappable though right now in this late stage. Astro Racing, a leader in GCD, into their pits. Sam, come the Perez-iad? Lucas Perez, the Spaniard, even. Just amalgamating his nationality and his surname.
Astro, of course, winning a Stormforce spotlight earlier on in the year. Or earlier on in the season, apologies. I think it was for a double overtake at Watkins Glen. It was a real nice one, that. Personally, I think maybe the best moment of the season so far. And so far, though, actually on track, they have had real consistent results. They've had a 2nd, a 3rd, and 2 4ths of Astro. And if they manage to win tonight, they would be in 2nd place in the championship. And potentially, there is the chance, I think it's unlikely, as we've got a near night off the circuit now.
The squeeze wide there, Sam.
There is the potential that Astro might be the only team who can beat Manatee Racing Green after tonight, if they win. So, although Manatee's drop score is strong, so Manatee might well win the championship tonight.
So drop score, Sam. 6th place is that, I see.
6th place, which I can get up the score sheet, but that's like 20 points, I think. That's the worst they can score. Looking very good for Manatee Racing Green. Such a shame that Arnage weren't able, because Arnage would have cut the gap down to 13 points going into the final.
Oh, that's all to play for.
That would have been all to play for. I mean, that would have been a case of if Arnage won and Manatee finished 3rd. I mean, Manatee may not well win tonight. I don't think they will win tonight, well, Manatee. They will probably only finish 3rd. So
but it's good enough, due to that, you being so harsh and the point system that you put in, Sam. It is so steep, and that one, it wasn't even
Shaw for the lead in LP2. Corby have gone for it in a surprising place in turn 6. Managed to get alongside, and that's actually where Effect got past earlier on. Now they've got the track completely blocked because that's either MA70 or Simify ahead of them, and they are quite slow. Or Race Clutch.
Do wonder if they had maybe it's stuck in build mode there, just trying to get some electrical deployment into the car.
It was Race Clutch, 3rd time. A couple of Pure Sims cars involved in this.
Delatraz car, we've got an Effect car, and even the Astro GT3 as well in the back there. On board with Nathan Moore of Pure Sims in the LMP2. Nice Delatraz just in front of us, 3 attempts. They're going to mount attack into turn 1 as we head up the hill across the start finish line. The Effect LMDH comes flying past us on driver's right. Following through, that's one of the Cadillacs. That is the Pure Sims car as well, heading through. That's going to hold up Delatraz, and this is the time to strike right now for Nathan Moore of Pure Sims. He pulls alongside. He's on driver's right. Onto the brakes they go. Has he got it stopped in time? Yes, he has. Could leave him vulnerable, though, on the exit to that Delatraz car.
Oh, he's dropping time, though, still. I wonder if that Delatraz car's got a bit of damage, or maybe just running a lot of wing. But it was a poor exit. Now it's starting to neutralise, to be fair. So maybe he's all right. But yeah, that initial acceleration, I was a bit concerned for him. But yeah, Pure Sims have been on the comeback trail. They've been really chasing down these cars, and yeah, they are up into 4th position now.
Excuse my creaking chair, Sam. I'm looking in very intently right now. I think there might be. I don't think it's paintwork. I think there's a bit of a scuff up the left side of that car.
I think that's paintwork.
I think it might be actually now, yeah. Yeah, it is.
But yeah.
It is. Ignore me then.
Delatraz not quite having the same time as they had at Le Mans. They managed to win back at Le Mans.
Yeah. Seemed to be struggling a little bit, but I say struggling, a bit of inverted comma struggling, still incredibly quick. Jeremy Oliveri, that's after earlier on, the Frenchman in the car.
Renaissance or Lightsman, we just don't know.
And now they're being harassed and harangued by MA70. That's the 11th place in LMDH. And, well, They're playing a little bit safe here, but they're going to roar past, you would imagine, down the start-finish straight away. Delatraz have lost 1.2 seconds, Sam, to Pure Sims in just under a lap. I mean, it's only literally just under a lap. It's a lap minus 1 corner since Moore got the move done.
Yeah, and it's in every sector pretty much. I mean, the last couple of sectors, to be fair, they didn't lose much time. But yeah, Oliver not particularly happy in that vehicle as it stands. It's on lap 40 did those drivers. They are now on lap 54, so talking another 6 laps or so until they'll be pitting again.
This has had a driver change. Taylor Lane, the Brit, has got into the Cadillac of Prestanda Nomad.
He's struggling a little bit for pace at the moment. I do like that livery though.
It is good livery. It is a good livery, Sam.
I particularly like the circle, the logo on the front. I'm not sure what the logo is necessarily, but that's a nice way to present a brand. Well, I mean, it's a nice way to present a brand.
But it looks like a motherboard.
You can't see, but it looks cool.
The design of it looks like a motherboard, Sam. All those, like, you know.
Here we go. We're going for the impossibly fast drone. Oh, that's the Prestanda logo.
There you go.
I like it. Good work, guys. Oh,
Now,
on the outside, they were right. That was on Astro.
Sam, you've got to get. You're saying about Lane maybe struggling for a bit of pace. Just in comparison to what Taylor is currently doing right now, a 3.2k driver with an 8.7k
You're very
driver.
Yeah.
Right behind him. That's like 1 Sam Fitzpatrick and 2 Tim Coxes combined.
Yeah.
Plus a Taylor Lane to equal 1 Mark Perez. So hats off to the Brit. He is punching above his weight right now. He's having the drive of his life against someone who he probably wouldn't race against in officials because the large difference in iRacing.
I don't think he's going to be racing against him very soon either, because I think this move's going to be done very quickly, and he'll be far up the road very quickly as well. That last lap, gaining by another 0.6 of a second. Again, in the draft of the BMW, who they comfortably moved past. By the way, we did just have Manatee Racing Green coming into the pits. Alex Bennett getting in that car. I think they'll still be in 2nd place once the pit stops are complete. Actually, it'll be fairly close with Neonite Racing. Neonite just coming up to the line now. I think Neonite will move past. Neonite, yeah, so Neonite taking back that same place, so pretty much how it was before. And Manatee will come out in 3rd place ahead of Impulse Racing, albeit they do need to build a 5-second gap in order to beat Impulse, because they got a 5-second penalty about 10 seconds into this race when they forced another team onto the outskirts of the circuit. Meanwhile, in this LMDH battle, no change. It's still Prestanda Nomad ahead of Simify.
Sam, I've got a conspiracy theory for you. I've got 2, in fact. First one.
Aliens?
No. The Earth is round, so before we get into that one either. But I think now Perez, Simify stopped 1 lap before Prestanda last time at the last round of pit stops. I think because they're 21 seconds behind Fiercely Forward, who are in 3rd. Realistically, Sam, I mean, we've got 1 hour and 13 minutes left on the clock here from Road America in round 5 of the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. I think what Perez is doing is just sitting there, sitting closely, fuel saving to bring back that deficit and maybe even gain a bit more to get themselves, make things life a little bit comfortable, give them that air of flexibility. And if he pressurizes Lane into making a mistake and he can slot by, then so be it. But that's not someone who's looking aggressive right now or making a move. He's sat hanging out 3 tenths behind Lane, who is, I've got to say...
He's up to his pace now, as Lane.
Yeah, he's absorbing this pressure. But forget about the iRating difference, Sam. To have someone sat behind you that close for that long, it's not easy to not be constantly driving in your mirrors.
I think he might go for the move here. He's gaining a lot of time in the draft. It's a fairly weak draft in these LMDH cars, but he's not going to hesitate. And into turn 5, he needs to get the car stopped, and he's not quite been able to do that. And I think Lane is going to be able to move back past. So he wanted to get past did Perez, but he couldn't make it stick. He could tell how squirrely the car was on the brakes. And this is losing him a bit of time. As you identified before, to be fair, they are a bit by themselves. I mean, that 20-second gap to the cars ahead, as you mentioned. But they've also got 12.5 seconds back to Cyril Blondal for Scuderia Volpe Viola. And so, not particularly pressing, but here they come again. Really good pace coming out of the carousel, and they'll have a real good chance into Canada corner.
Leader, Court Sim Racing, LMP2 into the pits. As we watch there, Perez still hanging up. Also, fiercely forward yellow in.
Long stints for Court to get to the end of the race.
That should change, Sam. That should change.
Ah, yeah, there you go. Done it.
Finally getting the move done. Now ahead. That is Simify through. Now, my other conspiracy theory was Effects just sitting in the draft of Core Sim Racing and just pushing that gap even further and further in terms of pit stops.
Who was that, sorry?
Between Effect and Corpse. Obviously,
yeah,
Corpse just come in.
Yeah.
And that's why I think Dawson was just so happy to allow Sticks through. Just go, there you go. Go on, you go through, and I'll just sit in your draft. You've got to do the work here.
Yeah, Sticks now getting into that car as we anticipated. And, yeah, we're still expecting Buzzspeed to get in the car for Dawson. That's the only other driver signed up to that car. It's a little bit deceiving, the LMP2, just how close it is. Like, we've still got the top 5, or top 6 separated by less than half a minute. So there are other teams involved, like Andrea Abatti or Sabot Esports 90 is only 7.5 seconds off the LMP2 lead right now. So that they could still bring themselves back in, but yeah, just because they haven't been right there, we haven't really been talking about them too much, and they are actually closing that gap by a decent margin. We're expecting Effect to go another 3 laps beyond this. Won't be far short of the 2 hours, and then we are expecting a lot of the apologies. All the
GTDs?
All the GTDs have already pitted, haven't they? So they've got one more stop to go in the GTDs.
Yes, although very, very much out of sync with everyone is Neo Knight Sam. They stopped on lap 37, whereas everyone else stopped around 46. 49 for Maniti, although they did have that stop very early on, didn't they? Because they had that drive-through.
Oh, bit of an incident here for Derek Automotive by DriveX. I think they're going to lose. Apologies, no, sorry, it's an MDH.
Yeah, I got excited by it too, Sam.
We had a ball of rice again, and I suddenly saw a chili come up, and it wasn't. It was a fake chili. It was a damp squib of a chili. Instead, we're back to a bowl of rice again at the moment. Out there. Any other foods? John White, let us know.
It was a more of a bell pepper than a habanero or a ghost.
Yeah.
Certainly not a ghost chili.
Oh, ghost chili.
It was shaping up like it was going to be a ghost chili, but it definitely was not in the end. If it was a spider, it would have been a false widow, like something that masquerades as something that's not.
Okay.
I think maybe.
These are the things that you learn.
Yeah, in life.
And on Apex Race 2, why you should subscribe. By the way, quick shout out to one of our partners, Apex Racing Academy. Thanks to them for supporting pretty much all our series and supporting Apex Racing TV, because Apex Racing Academy providing data packs and coaching for iRacing drivers. And you can check out apexracingac.com in order to get yourself a bronze, silver or gold subscription. And of course, providing setups and coaching sessions for pretty much all these cars in this race. Maybe not all the GTDs, but certainly the LMP2s, the GTPs, and a good chunk of the GTDs covered by Apex Racing Academy. Thanks to them for supporting us as we see a battle amongst drivers who aren't on the same map. This is Pure Sims LMDH, who had a drive-through earlier on amongst other issues, and they are, I think, unlapping themselves against Robin Veerman there, who is in second place in this race.
Flashing the lights. That is your leader in LMP2. Yeah, that's the lead effect car. Oh, and bouncing across the curbs. Get an appreciation just how small LMP2 is compared to the LMDH as they pass one another with identical liveries on the cars. dropping down in towards turn 5 here.
I'm very hyped about Seabelt Esports 90. They've got really good pace right now. That gap between the top 2 and MP2 right now, really coming down. If they take their short pit stop, they're going to be fairly close to core sim racing as well. And so...
But Cameron Garton, who was in the car before Andrea Abati, Sam, he was really... He was the sleeping giant in that situation between Effect and... the car name escapes me right now, that of course sim racing. Apologies to everyone at home there. Because he was just sitting back. Yes, he was looking like a little bit out of the equation, but not too far away. I mean, they have dropped back now 7 seconds behind Effect, who pretty much been... Oh, we've got Alpha Esports blew into the pit stand from 9th place in LMP2. Jordy Spetgens, car for them. Prediction time, I think, really. Sam, we are only 6 minutes away. Well, in fact, we're not even that. 5 minutes, 45 seconds away from the final hour of this race here from Road America. I think it's time to get into prediction time, Sam.
Okay, well, I think Race Clutch are going to win in LMDH and win the title as well. It'd be nice if they won, because then we can be definitive that they've won the title. I hate it when we're not sure who's won the title. Look, I mean, maybe a little bit more action there. The first turn that TV made of that wheel was the most relaxed thing I've ever seen someone do. I mean, the guy, I mean, look at that. Just the way he turns those left-handers. He just, you know, just turns his...
For me, Sam...
Such a cool cucumber.
With a cap on, Sam, it looks like more like to me
Yeah.
he's on Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator. He's not hustling a BMW LMDH around Road America. He's not. He's on Euro Truck. He's got something like, I'd say, Smooth FM on the radio. You know, maybe in a convoy with a few of his friends. You know, just heading across Central Europe, hauling maybe a load like, I don't know, some potatoes or some engine parts. Something. Oh no, that's too exotic. Something menial. Not leading a race by 30 seconds and dispatching with traffic like a brain surgeon's scalpel. So much precision.
He's pulling away still, 30 seconds ahead. When he got in the car, the gap was less than 20 seconds, I believe. He's really been in a class of his own ever since. There might be a move coming up between Scuderia Volpe Verde, apologies,
Yes.
and Fiercely Forward Black, and also Fiercely Forward Yellow, really catching up to these guys. But Fiercely Forward Yellow did pit quite recently, so I think they might have one less pit stop to do.
Look at that, Sam. It's 2 Scuderia Volpes are together and the 2 Fiercely Forwards are together.
Love to see it.
That's good. I like that. Cameron Garton of Seabelt 90, which is leading LMP2 right now, Sam. Bit in the chat. Bit of, I'm guessing, mashing the keyboard there, clearly where you're a bit worn out of that, because very tat this race. Very tough so far this race, maybe. Either way, really difficult to make.
Tit for tat.
There you go. There we go. That's what we mean. Anyway, really difficult to make it around any traffic.
Yeah, difficult to make ground with traffic. Every time he overtakes a bit of traffic and gains half a second, seems to get held up almost immediately afterwards. They are, of course, leading because Paul Busby has got into the Effect Simulations 908 car, so Paul no longer can feed us information on the YouTube chats. Instead, he's in that car. What a lot of responsibility it is for Effect Simulations 908 to see if they can get this race win. Now, are they going to be ahead of Core? Core are not far behind, but they are ahead of Core, so they have been able to make that move. They were pretty much neck and neck before. The pit stops were a little bit shorter for Effect Simulations, but not much, about half a second. So I think that was honestly just done with pace right there. So Effect Simulations pitted, Core Sim Racing pitted, and Seabelt, who were a little bit detached before, being able to go the extra lap.
But this is the thing, Sam. They've got the flexibility in their strategy now, whereas Core, they showed their hand very early on in terms of running those short stints. They set out their stall, whereas Effect could manipulate the situation to how they wanted. And now, realistically, I mean, the gap is down to 1.25 seconds, but those tyres just being warmed up, being brought in as Sabat 90 into the pits. Now, that's going to be another interesting one, where they come out into the equation, because they have been very quiet, but very, very successful in terms of their fuel strategy, going longer than anyone else. Pure Sims into the pits too. There's Nathan Moore hurtling towards those yellow cones. Given,
I think
they got the pit lane entry.
I think one of our festive birds are going in of the Glerum variety for this next stint potentially. I feel like Moore's been in that car quite a bit of this race. Basically, in the LMP2s, you need to do 2 stints in order to do enough time. In the GTDs, you can get away just with the 1 stint. I'm not going to go through what the fair share rules are because it's quite boring. So Abatzi into the pits for Sabat and Pure Sims. Pure Sims have a lot at stake here. With Walk Racing Red not doing well at the moment, Pure Sims could take the lead of the championship. But they might agonizingly finish like 4th. There's a real possibility that they might finish 10 seconds off the lead here and finish 4th. And you know the point system. We go on about it all the time. That'd be like 20 points difference that 10 seconds would make. And so if they can pull out an amazing stint, and it looks like Nathan Moore is going to stay in that car. If they can pull off an amazing final hour of this race, that could make the difference in this championship. Do right on board with Danielle Julie, who I don't feel like we've necessarily seen this season. Might be very disrespectful of me. We've only got 4 Italians in a row, from 10th down to 13th in the GTD category. But Ertoli is battling with Selva for Sabat Esports 91 across 91, coming back from adversity in the early stages, and they've just been moving up through the order ever since. First with Ferrari, and now with Selva.
Sam, they're defending the inside line of Tulia. Selva tried to squeeze for a gap that wasn't there, moved out wide onto the racing line to then try and open it up, but Thule just moves back across. He's got this one covered, but that is all the gap is, 2 tenths between the SDK car and the Sabat 91, as here comes the BMW squeezing to drivers left. Have they got the legs to make this one work? Well, they're alongside Sam, and this is surely going to be them up into 11th place. They cut across the front of STK to then open up turn 5. And well, Thule not happy with that one. You can see the flash of the lights. High risks, high stakes, at high speed. But it worked, an absolute treat. Meanwhile, further forward, Sam.
I think this is a couple of moves that Fiercely Forward Yellow have quickly made. On that last lap, they managed to get past both Scuderia Volpi Verde and Fiercely Forward Black. So they're up to 6th position. I forget what happened to Fiercely Forward Yellow earlier on, I must admit. Albeit they did only just make a pit stop, so that's part of the reason why they're a bit further down.
Do they have a drive-through, Sam, from memory? There's been so many.
I haven't been in some for a while, actually, to be fair.
Now, they also on an alternate strategy, Sam, so they've just stopped only 6 laps ago compared to everyone else in front of them. So Race Clutch, they stopped, what, 19 laps ago by my calculations? 21 for effect. Simify, 15 laps ago. So a real mixing bowl of different strategies being played out right now. BC Gaming saying that move we saw earlier on from the Sabat GTD, he took that off track with emphasis on the took. Definitely, there was no messing around with that one. Cameradari saying, well, at least with our Reds performance, we can keep the championship entertaining. We're sorry for the yellow car. Definitely not how we drive.
That, of course, was the car which collided earlier on in the race with the Arnage competition car, which we're watching now. Thibaut Prouveau in that car now. By the way, when they came out of the pits, Arnage competition, they were 1 minute 57 off the lead. They are now 1 minute 50 off the lead. That's probably testament to say they would have been winning this race had it not been for that contact, and would have really been bringing this championship to the wire. They have got Eric Kinetics up next to for them. This is the part of the race where it might get a little bit more entertaining for them. You can get past Eric Kinetics. They've also got a fair amount of fuel in that car, so they should be able to take a shorter pit stop later on. I'm thinking they could... When I first saw where they were, I was thinking they can get top 10 out of this. Fortunately, the field's very competitive tonight, and so it will be tricky for them to get top. I think they'll get top 10, maybe top 6. And I know that sounds a bit weird seeing that they're currently in 14th place, but they're not that far off the 6th place. They're 52 seconds off 6th place, but they're really quick. They could genuinely get 6th place in this race. Or they won't be far off, basically, is what I'm saying. Any further than that, no chance, but they might get 6th.
Good news, though, for your pans. You've got 2 Dutchmen, 4 Italians between them. That's not pattern.
That's not. Oh, come on, Tim. Are you colourblind? It's the Luxembourg flag.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Sam. Yeah, I have made that mistake before. I have.
Some respect for the great nation of Luxembourg. Fantastic. I think free public transport in Luxembourg. Like,
really?
All their trains are just free.
Oh wow.
Which is quite a unique way of doing things. That's the infrastructure part of the broadcast complete.
It's such a small country as well, you know. It's got a large GDP, but per capita, even so, that's a lovely gesture.
And now he's going to move past as well. 1/10 of a second behind, but he can't quite get past because there's some traffic moving through, but now he takes that opportunity. There's a little bit of contact. He wasn't exactly leaving a lot of room on the inside, but he sort of saw that opportunity. Kinetics were always having to miss the apex, as we have got a penalty for Sabre Esports LMP2. Oh, that's a big change, isn't it? Because they're going for the win, aren't they?
They are, Sam. 90.
Car. Ah. And that's really good news now for Pure Sims, because Pure Sims are 10 seconds behind, so that could change.
Arnage are under threat right now in live pictures. Aerokinetics look to make the move. There's another incident already down at turn 5, and that's 2 LMDHs, one of the Cadillacs involved.
Isn't it?
Scuderia Volpe Verde,
yeah, so
and Fiercely Forward Black.
7th and 8th have collided. Fiercely Forward Yellow had already moved past these 2 drivers, and now they've had their own incident, which has lost them about 10 seconds.
Wow. We're looking at one bit of action happening on track, and then, wow, we just glide past an incident that had already happened. I'm sure Juice is working on bringing us those images, exactly how that went down, although I get the feeling, Sam, that was a collision into the braking zone. 2 drivers jockeying for position, but they're going to come back across those guys. Once again, there is your leader in GTD, Astro Racing. So they're squeezing past them. Where's a Race Clutch? Yes, it would have been, yeah. Still love the rumble. As Jeremy Clarkson's got that 50 cal AMG soundtrack on board.
There's lifting, coasting, it sounded like. Or maybe just braking, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they would be lifting and coasting, of course. You can pit
Do they need
pretty
to?
much from any point from 2 hours 10. As long as you get to 2 hours 10 in this GTD category, you'll get to the end of the race, all right. Of course, limited to 90% fuel tanks are the GTD cars for this series, just so that it's not a case that everyone's trying to fuel save to get to the hour. Every race I get a bit boring, so instead, pretty much every race is a sprint. At Le Mans, it was getting fairly tight because the fuel consumption was so high, but every other race, it's a flat-out sprint, not needing any fuel saving really, in order to make the 3-stop work.
Appreciation of the traffic there, don't you, with how that all plays out. Meanwhile, into LMP2, we see FX Simulations leading the way. Their sister car in LMDH, they are in from 2nd place in class and overall. Now, good news in LMP2 for effect, because they've opened up that gap over core. A bit of a flash of the lights there. That's against our leader Astro in in GTD even. So they move their way past core, following them through on the short straight between 5 and 6 underneath the bridge. But it is about a second between those 2 cars. That has closed up ever so slightly due to that traffic. Changing around a little bit. As well, we're up to hour 2, Sam. Should take a little look back at hour 2, see how that all panned out So this is what happened to Arnage, winning comfortably in GTD. Big impact with a wall, and then a horrific netcode there. Bang. Sent them flying. Put even more damage onto the car that was already in a whole world of pain. And that has flipped that class on its place. So this is the fight in LMP2 between Effect and Core. There you go. That's how close it was, and why there was the flash of the lights from Core. As Core returning the favour. It's getting stuck in a little bit of traffic, and that was the clever part here from Core. They boxed in Effect. So, well, great Effect, some may say, to reclaim the lead. So there's Pure Sims, and that's how they slipped it up the inside beautifully of Delatraz, just utilising the sister LMDH, just back him up a little bit. Maybe the overall team tactics, maybe not, but even so, using him for traffic. Now this is what happened. Oh, Sam.
That's a long way back.
Wow. Wow, and this is the pass that happened behind them. We were just trying to witness at the time, and they read the scene of that crime and well held there. There's Delatraz, fourth, Sam. Pure Sims.
Oh, they're going to switch back again.
Oh!
Pass on the grass that he's made that one work, though. That might be another contender for the spotlight. Busy for Black back ahead.
Risky.
Risky. Fortunately, they weren't all four wheels off the circuit that time. That's what you need to learn from that. It genuinely doesn't work. I've seen it work at Summit Point, I think, before, when someone went all four wheels off the track, but pretty much everywhere else in any other car that isn't below 300 horsepower, it's not a good idea. Busby's gap has been diminished. Pascal Stix is catching up quickly for Core Sim Racing LMP2 on that last lap, 2/10 quicker, but on this lap, gained 2/10 in the second sector, gained quarter of a second in the third sector, and so will be within passing range on the next lap. Of course, Sabre Esports 90 went back and looked at the incident. They actually pushed off the Alpha Esports car, and that's why they got a 10-second penalty. And so they might well be out of contention. Really, they've got a 20-second advantage to these two to their next contender.
Here we go, Sam.
As Effect Simulations might be a sitting duck, because Core Sim Racing are catching very, very quickly. Busby isn't going to go on the defense, and the 217 car is going to get past the 208 car once again. It's another change for the lead between Core Sim Racing and Effect Simulations, and it's called back ahead. Now, as we've said many times before, we're expecting them to take a longer final pit stop. But that is exactly what Pascal Stix needed there, and now it is on him to try to build a gap in the coming minutes.
Can he do it, Sam? We know it's sometimes easier being the following car and being the car in front, the one punching a hole in the air. And strategy is on Effect's side here. They could afford to play the waiting game. Oh, a bit loose there on the exit out of 6 for Stix. As Busby piles on the pressure, moves right, backs out of it a little bit, prodding, probing, asking questions of the Austrian right now, Sam. Building up through the carousel here.
Really needs a bit of traffic to try to break that draft. Does Stix? It's only a matter of time until it happens. Busby was very cautious there, though, wasn't he?
Might have it here, Sam. We've got two LMDH coming through. This will be at GE Esports.
I don't think the Pure Sims car is going to get past. Even the GE Esports car can get past. Yeah, that's really good for Core there. That's helped them get away. And the Pure Sims car might be a bit offline as well through Bill Mitchell Bend. We'll send them even further back. And yeah, Core, that's really nice for them. They're going to get overtaken on the pit straight. This could get a bit untidy though, because they got the 391 car of Patrick Silva for Sabre Esports.
Stix is boxed in, Sam. He's going to get boxed in a little bit. That's going to compromise him just enough. But I think it might just help him, because all that traffic in front of him is allowing him to have the slipstream. Effect has a look past the Effect car. Sorry, past the Sabre car. Two teams that have contributed so many cars to this championship.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been crazy if the Effect car had been overtaking an Effect car. There are as you said,
very
a
possible.
lot of them.
Same way with Sabalt and so this is the pass, Sam. The pass on the grass to get it done.
Oh, that's pretty nice. I think. Yeah, let's see this one.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Sam.
to be fair, he only went on the grass because the GTD came across slightly.
So this is cool for the lead in LMP2.
Yeah, but I was a bit surprised. Oh, there's been a car off in live pictures
Yeah,
as
in Cannon
well.
corner.
Who was that?
Now,
Looks like a yellow car.
Scuderia Volpi Viola in.
And that's another yellow car. All the yellow cars are having issues. That's
54
54 black. 54 black, by the way, do have a drive-through penalty. Have they served it? I think they may have actually just served it, saying that. Yeah, they did just come into the pits.
Sam, our leader, Race Clutch, is into the pits. There they come, hurtling towards the line. Well, it's been an absolute country drive for Timu. Milikangas.
I mean, I don't think they can put Kia. I want Kia Tiago to be in the car if they're going to win the title, right?
Maybe. Meanwhile, Sam, while you mull over that point, Sabalt 92 just passing the Delta V Lamborghini. Still in 6th place is that Lambo. Still. Despite just getting past there, obviously, you know, demoted from 5th to 6th, but sorry, Sam, I continue. I don't think we've got any.
No, that was much more interesting, to be fair. I'm surprised that those two cuts are quite so close. It has come down quickly. Sabalt were 1 second faster on that last lap than Delta V, but yeah, that gap changed quite quickly. Some of these teams do have an extra pit stop to make. I say that. It's more like some of these pit stops, some of these teams don't have a pit stop to make, i.e. Neonite, who pitted as early as they possibly could for this last stop. So Neonite in 7th place at the moment. I expect them to move back up into potentially P2, which they've been running most of this race. However, their pit stop will be a fair bit longer, so they might lose out to Manatee Racing Green. And maybe even Impulse Racing, albeit Manatee have got that 5-second penalty. So honestly, that 2nd place in GTD is really, really tight. Kangas comes back out of the pits. He did cross the yellow line there, but I don't think it does anything. He's in 3rd position. That's all his pit stops done. Doesn't need to fuel save. Should be easy for him to win this race. He had a half-minute lead.
So there's pure sim.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
man,
no.
More yellow cars. Honestly.
And that's Walk Racing Yellow as well. Wow. There we go. Here we go. This is where we're going to see it now from the outside perspective. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
And that was the, I think that's the Fiercely Forward Black car who just came across, wasn't it? Awful night for Fiercely Forward Black, who
Fiercely Forward in general, Sam.
Yeah, but the black car was was 2nd place in the championship in the MDH's game.
Yes, it was.
They're not going to be any more. They're probably going to lose out. Well, Magic Arrow aren't having a great time of it either, are they? Simify are... Oh, Simify. Oh, they're leading. Yes, it's not going back to Simify. I know it's only a temporary leading, but I think they're going to finish 2nd potentially tonight.
Oh, so. Sam. There was a big lockup coming in there. I'm not sure whether he's been done for speeding in the pits.
Well, we'll see if he gets held for much longer. It should be a 45-second pit stop, so if it goes over a minute, then yeah, he's definitely got a penalty.
There was a big lockup. He's pushing hard. Keeping going, though, is Prestanda Nomad. Taylor Lane having the drive of his life right now. Pushing hard to bring this one home. Not just for his team, but for Cadillac in this championship. You know, the Cadillacs look like they weren't going to have much of a result here today. Yeah,
there's a Pearson's car who are running the Cadillac there, and they are not anywhere to be seen.
Okay, Tungai Billon.
Apologies, yeah.
It's in the car, the Frenchman.
Unless I see Kraft in that car, I think that's not Pearson's. I'm not familiar with Tango. But yeah, he's in 7th place, so yeah, not a great night for... Well, it's not a bad night, to be fair, for Pearson's. They'll be there or thereabouts, but yeah, that's Pistanda, Nomad car, certainly the leading Cadillac right now.
Sam, no speeding in the pits for Mark Perez or Simfy. All good. We can breathe aside.
They do give you a bit of leniency, don't they? I think there's like a a range, and you need to be below.
Yeah, it's like an average, isn't it?
Average, yeah, and that's it's a much better way of doing it. That's why quite often on iRacing you'll go in too hot, and then it won't give you a penalty. Here comes Core versus Effect. So
That
Effect are
cap's
still
close.
right there, aren't they?
Yeah, that's close back up because they. So this point about 2 laps ago, Sam, Effect had lost out in the traffic. The gap had extended to about a second. Now back down to half a second, and it's pressure onto sticks. For me, we'll find out a little bit. Hopefully, we can stay on board down to turn 5. Because I would love to know if Effect are fuel saving this one, or if they're just going and pushing this one right to the very end. Let's have a bit of a listen. Here we go into the braking zone. There's nothing going on there.
Well, this is good from Busby, and I know I've said it like 100 times, but Effect will have a shorter final pit stop because they are pitting 4 laps later in the race at the moment. So that's, as long as he can be close, and I'm talking within maybe 4 or 5 seconds, then he should be fine. There may be some extra sound effects just a moment ago. Do you know what it was, Tim?
I think it may well be the sound of a loud American.
I don't know what he dropped. There was something metallic again.
Oh.
Don't know what's going on there.
Yes.
So now still half a second. By the way, we're getting close for Pure Sims, and that's big for Pure Sims because they're second place in the championship, and with Walk Racing Red having a bad round, there's the real potential that Nathan Moore for Pure Sims could finish 3rd. He's currently 5th, but Sabre have got a 10-second penalty, and Delatraz are slower, seemingly, than Pure Sims at the moment. So if Pure Sims can pass that Delatraz car, that would be up to 3rd place pretty much. Doubt they're going to challenge the leaders. I mean, they're 18 seconds off the lead. I cannot stress, like, this is such a close field. Even Walk Racing are only 8 seconds behind these guys. It's so close in the LMP2 field. But Pure Sims might be able to take some crucial points out of the...
Sam, for me, you're talking about that closeness. The 2 Effect LMP2 cars, the 906, with all the Dutch drivers in, has been in the pits, it's been in the wars, but yet it's only half a lap behind its sister car that's currently battling for the lead. Half a lap. Prasanda Nomad from the lead overall in an MDH. They are in Taylor Lane. Brings that Cadillac into pit road.
So
Race Clutch was in the lead. There's Race Clutch.
Effect still need to pit in order to get to the end of the race.
No, they're lap 68, Sam. We're on 74.
I'm fairly sure
no,
Race Clutch pitted as early as you possibly could. I don't think Effect will quite make it. And then yeah, because it didn't Effect crash earlier on. They crashed at the
which
corner,
put them out of
so
sync.
that's why they're out of sync. So that's why they're like a few. So I remember saying back then how like they were probably going to have to make an extra tour. If they didn't have to make that extra tour, this would be a legitimate 2nd place. But it's just unlucky when they got hit that it wasn't 5 minutes later. Otherwise, they could have fuel saved and not done the extra stop. But instead, they are going to have to do that extra tour of the pit lane. So they might still finish 3rd because it's going to be a splash and dash. Simify Esports currently in 3rd. They'll promote up into 2nd. This could be close between Pastanda and Fiercely Forward Yellow. Fiercely Forward Yellow just crossing the line at the moment. And that is going to be very catchable for Mateus Ojula, who seems to have fixed his issues. Remember, Fiercely Forward Yellow were leading earlier on in the race, but had to do an extra tour of the pit lane as well. If it weren't for that, they'd probably be sitting in 2nd place. I doubt they would have had the pace to challenge Race Clutch, honestly, but I think they would have had enough pace to finish in 2nd place tonight.
It's a shame, really. I feel a bit aggrieved, Sam, because I think we've been denied of some epic battles here from Road America. For the front end of each class, we were looking for most of the race like it was going to be a 3-way fight in LMDH. Certainly, it's going to be still a 2-way fight in LMP2. And of course, those big incidents are really spaced out early on as we cut to them perfectly, as I'm making my point, in GTD. And amazingly, Anatai still 2nd, Sam. I
Well, by a tenth of a second because of that 5-second penalty, remember they?
Alex Bennett needs to, he's just got to hustle.
I'm surprised that
Craft.
Manatee haven't had a bit more pace. I mean, I think generally the GTD class have really brought the challenge tonight to Manatee, because we saw it last time out. Manatee lost 50 seconds and still finished third. If they lost 50 seconds tonight, they'd be 7th in that. So it's much more competitive. Interesting that our Nudge competition are now up to 9th. Now, I don't think that's going to stay. No, that's a legit 9th place, yeah. So, Sabel Esports 91 are into the pits for the 4th time. I don't know if that was a scheduled pit stop, this latest one. I thought they were maybe done for the evening, but I thought they were ahead of Arnage at least, so maybe have had to make an extra pit stop for some reason. But yeah, Arnage, I was saying they could get 2nd place in this race. Is that possible still? It might be possible. No, hang on. Apologies. I'm totally wrong. They do all need to pit. They all need to pit apart from Neonite. I'm being wrong. They all need to pit apart from Neonite, basically.
Delatraz are in, Sam. That's kicking things off from 4th place. As Antoine Graman. So MA17 and LMBH, they are in. Eric Vizet. They've been in the car. No, he's not been in the car too long, has he?
I don't think so, no.
Is that... I'm not too sure when he got in. It feels like very recently, of which...
Top quality broadcasters.
Well, no, but what the reason for me, like, just questioning that, Sam, is obviously fair driver, you know, seat time policy. It is an effect here.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can probably have a look.
Shall I leave you to... I'll leave you to have a dig on that one, Sam. Meanwhile, a little bit of a look into... Well, there we go. There's a cracking driver cam. Those shadows, I tell you what, it's cast it off from the light onto the wall behind him. Andrea Casson of Absolute Motorsport Asavlif, the Italian, pushing on here past the Junkers Hollinger Mercedes there. We're in hot pursuit of Jordi Spetkins of Alpha Esports Blue. Trying to find our way past. Pushing along hard right now. Are we close enough? Who's going to get the best exit out of 3? Of course, that little kink just beforehand, that's classified as turn 2, because the motorbikes that visit here have to take us a turn. Likewise, we head under the bridge. That's what's classified as turn 4 through here. You head down towards 5, this big braking zone. We're closing, but we're not going to be close enough this time around. Casson knows his time will come. Just needs that bit of luck. 34 minutes left on the clock. The car jumps and bumbles and bounces along. Even bottoms out a little bit. Just looking across to the chat. Chipram Racing. James Ibram. Of effect, Paul just needs to stay close, doesn't need to fight it. Supposedly 15 laps difference between fuel levels right now between effect and core. Oh, litre, yes, it will be litre. Yes, I was thinking, that's what I was saying, with a bit of that question in my mind there. 15 litres difference. It's a bit more like it, isn't it? Let's face it, as we head down towards Cadden Corner though. Gonna make a move here? No, we're not, but we're just feathering out of the throttle, interestingly. Still, a bit of fuel saving, bit of strategies as Delatraz, they are into their pits in LMP2. What are we gonna do here? What's Casson gonna do? Speckin's gonna do? Just being out up right now by one of the BMWs as we slide on one way past. It's one of the Delatraz BMW M4s. But as close as you like, Spetkins defends that inside line. We head across onto the racing line. What's the Italian going to do? Has he got enough space? As there's the Delatraz LMP2 just pulls out of the pit lane. We're going to go right around the outside. No, we just back out of it and sliding and drifting through the corners there. Goes that Alpha Esports 266 car. Back it up. Another chance. They come thick and fast here at Road America. Will we mount another challenge? As into the pits comes Pascal Stix. Course Sim Racing in. That means effect now, take charge. If it's 15 litres difference, wow. That really be a turn up for the Bucks, and the strategy just not maybe quite working out for Core Sim Racing. They will need the final stint of their lives if they want to secure victory here today in round 5 of the championship. Meanwhile, back to this intriguing battle right now, being played out all over 8th place in LMP2. That's growing a little bit as Casson just drops off the back of Spetguns. Just have the distant toe. Possibly just be out of range now after Delatraz came out of the pits. Down towards Canada Corner. No traffic right now to try and help us out. Core Sim Racing, they are heading out of the pits. Where are they going to come out into this mix? Well, there you go. As who was one of the GTDs just heading out in front of them? Right out in front of an LMDH there. Walk Racing Yellow into the pits from LMP2. So pit window fully open here for the final time this race. This battle is absolutely aplenty. So ahead now, is this going to be a part of it? So ahead of Core Sim Racing is the Effect 206, or 206 as it's branded technically, machine. Will they assist their sister team and make it very uncomfortable for Sticks to try and pass Sam Fitzpatrick?
It's a good point, isn't it?
I mean, they don't have to be nasty, you know, and block or do anything untoward, but they can. Their car is a lot lighter than Core's is right now.
Oh, interesting. Busby's already into the pits for Effect. So they were saying how there's 15 litres difference. So well, maybe Busby's come in with when there's still fuel in the tank, just to make sure that he keeps track position. So the pit stop time for Sticks was 32 seconds. We're expecting this one to be maybe 25 seconds.
Well, they're at the back of the circuit, aren't they, Sam? Look, they're not even in towards Canada Corner. Walk Racing Red, they're in 2 from 4th place. Think about that one then. And likewise, Impulse in from 2nd in GTD right now. So Busby up on Jax, well, say up on the Jax, he's taking fuel on.
Okay,
so they're going to do this.
This is pretty much when we expect them to come off. Oh, it's not a whole lot less fuel, 29. So he has saved only 3 seconds. Well, that's not 15 litres. No. Gibbram, what was going on? To be fair, I was agreeing with Gibbram, to be fair. I thought it was about 15 litres, but it's...
Sam, they're going to lose the lead.
He's going to be ahead.
Oh, are they? No, they're not.
The gap's not as big as what I thought, so this is very winnable still for Core Sim Racing. I think they'll be pleased with how that has just turned out for them. But now they've still got to pass the other Effect car. They've got to get past very quick.
Of which... Actually, no, then... Yes, it's running quite light, isn't it? They stopped on lap 59, Sam, currently on lap 77 for the LMP2s. So, Vesta, a much lighter car compared to Sticks. And this is for track position. I mean, the fact they've got the sister car.
Oh, here we go. And he's slowing him down a bit. I mean, it's all fair tactics. And
well,
Core
it is for position.
Core couldn't really do anything about this. They went as long as they possibly could on the tank of fuel that they had. And so they had to pit, and unfortunately, Effect just had a car in the right place. The gap now to Moore is, apologies to Busby, is 2.2 seconds.
And growing as they're stuck behind a GTD, Sam. It was just enough to delay, just enough to... Vesta doesn't want to push it.
They've got to do it at Canada.
It's all or nothing. Here we go. Are we going to do it? Vesta defends. He's a wily old fox. Look, he squeezes Sticks, Sam, and he's kept him at bay still.
Okay, I mean, that's... Or he's going to go for a gain into Bill Mitchell bend. Sticks can feel this base wing getting him away from him. Is Vesta going to be able to do another lap yet? Or is he running out of fuel himself? No, he's not going to be able to do another lap. This may be his best chance, to be fair, into turn 1, because you can go on the outside. But in fact, actually, this time it doesn't look like he's defending. Now he's getting the side draft. He should be able to pull alongside. The bad news is, even if he gets the move done at turn 1, he might be vulnerable into turn 5. So will he get it done here? The 206 is still sticking around the outside. And this now, the gap has gone up to 3.5 seconds. So he's managed to cost him about 2 seconds, but that's a real nice turn 3 there from Styx. And he might be safe into the braking zone of T5 from the repel attack from the 206.
He's catching though, Sam.
He needs to defend it here.
I don't think, well, not close enough. Styx is gambled, stuck to the racing line, not defended it.
Okay, so that's the task. He's got 3.3 seconds, no cars between them, and that's what he's got to catch in 27 minutes.
Can he do it, folks? Can he do it? Looking across into that track, Robin Glarum, one of the many Robins here this season. This debut season of the Apex Racing League, also the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series. A Vesta masterclass, well, definitely of how to defend your position. In fact, your sister car's in front of you, and it's the car behind you is battling for the lead of LMP2 here from Road America with them. I mean, yeah, it's by the by.
I don't think Sabot Esports 90 are going to be that far behind these guys either, because they've been able to go much further on this fuel stint. And so I think they're going to be close. Unfortunately for Sabot Esports 90 is that they have got a 10-second penalty coming up later on. For a bit of a nothing instant with Alpha Esports. It was when they came out of the pits earlier on and Alpha hadn't pitted yet. It was a move forward position and they just crowded them out going into turn 1. Totally unnecessary, but it was a fair penalty. And that maybe has denied them a chance at winning this race because their pace has been good. However, Pure Sims are really, I mean, Nathan Moore's pace, Pure Sims have just got better and better as this race went on. I can't remember why they were like 25 seconds off the lead at one point, but it feels like they've been cutting it down ever since. And I think right now they're going to be not that far behind affecting Core. I don't think they'll be in the lead battle necessarily, but Pure Sims might get 3rd place out of this tonight.
Definitely be in with a shout, Sam. Of course, thank you to ASUS with everything from peripherals to phones to hardware and gaming PCs. ASUS has it covered for all of your needs. Make sure you check out 10% off using the code ASUS ARL 10 at Stormforce Gaming even. Thank you to both ASUS and Stormforce for their kind, generous contributions in terms of prizes to this series.
Yeah, and of course, do check out that link in the description. And we'll just post it in the chat as well. Do check out Stormforce's website for the many PC products they have available.
Wow. 25 minutes to go. So, in fact, actually,
it's a bowl of
24. Rice. It is a bowl of rice.
I would say it's a bowl of big rice as well, because look at all these. I don't think there's even a gap below 2 seconds down the order. But it's a really fun race, this, particularly in the LMP2s. Obviously, we cut to anti-racing being lapped as per.
But like it's ridiculous. The amount, and certainly in that part of the track, the amount of times we see them with prototypes coming past them, it's untold amounts. And
this one's getting tight though. Pastanda Nomad being caught by Fiercely Forward Yellow. Fiercely Forward Yellow being very much on the comeback trail after their extra pit stop earlier on. And then only 2.2 seconds back, albeit to be fair on that last lap, managed to maintain the gap, did Taylor Lane. 2.3k iRacing difference between these two drivers.
Hats off to Lane, because Taylor has driven an exceptional race. No two ways about it. Has been fighting and managing the gap between drivers, double, nearly triple his iRating. Astounding stuff, astounding stuff. And if you one interested in exactly the gaps is between everyone, there's a link in the chat there to the live timing for this event. See what Sam means about his bowl of rice analogy, which I never got until it took me a little while to get used to it, but now I fully get it. Just like, say, about 90 into the pits. Fully get it, fully understand it, and I think there's more and more curry about to be added to your rice, Sam.
Great news.
Don't worry, you will not be going hungry, I think, into the closing stage of this race, because we've got a lot of different strategies, and they're all going to come together And this big melting pot, and I tell you what, Sam, I'm even throw a bit of a naan bread in there as well for you.
Wow,
Even
wow. I don't know what that means in this metaphor, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't think Sabre 90 will be that far behind. I think maybe 20-second pit stop. They're up to 12, 13, 14. We'll see how long it is. If it is 20, then they're really not going to be far behind whatsoever. They're up to 19. Now it's 20. It's a bit more than 20 to be fair. It's 23. So effect simulations and course sim racing will both move past. Sabre just trundling down the pit lane. You'll see them on the left in just a moment. There they are. Of course, got that 10-second penalty. So, yeah, we're going to be in the lead fight, and that's an indication of how far behind Pure Sims are as well. So it's very much still a two-way fight. But only 10 seconds off the lead are Sabre Esports 90. Once again, the NMP2 field, very, very close. Gap for Sticks, he managed to lose 0.2 of a second that last lap. That's the opposite way of what he needs. He needs a bit of luck from the traffic, I think, to Sticks. I think BuzzFeed's pace is very strong, and perhaps that extra effect simulations car, which just dropped Sticks off by about 2 seconds, might be a decisive factor tonight.
Racing Blue also into the pits as drivers and teams make their final stops.
Only 2 tyres being taken there because they had so little fuel to put in the car. I think they only took rear tyres. Astro Racing will move past. Is he not a long way back? But
no, really not, Sam.
I don't think that'll be catchable. We've only got 20 minutes to go, and Astro
about
have
6 or 7
been
seconds.
perfect so far.
So it's climbing as it just balances itself out in live timing. So what we're going to look about 7 seconds, Sam, I think, neutralised.
And crucially for Manatee, because they've got that 5-second penalty to be applied after the race, they are still 12 seconds clear of Impulse. So that was hovering about 5 seconds for most of this race. Now it's up to 12 seconds due to that short final stint. So that's an advantage for them. And now Pure Sims are into the pits for their last pit stop. I mean, we pretty much know where they're going to come out. They should come out about, what, 5 seconds behind Sabre Esports 90, just under 5 seconds.
That's what we believe. You can hear the scream of that V8, that Gibson V8 in the back of these Dallara LMP2s. That was effect going past. There goes Core. Here comes Sabre 90. Oh, Sam, this might be a little bit close. No, there's Pure Sims. Here we go. Pure Sims have got it done, and they've hauled themselves up into third, thanks to the hands of Nathan Moore. But it's game on, Sam. Look, I said you'd have some curry back in your bowl. Here's the naan.
What? Where's the naan?
This battle is going to be your naan bread. To soak up all that curry.
Unfortunately, if naan perhaps is disappointing for anyone, then I think this is what the naan is, because obviously Sabre do have the time penalty.
This isn't a plain naan. Really, this is going to end up being something like a Peshwari naan.
Wow.
Sweet and exotic, like your fair self.
Thank you. Well, the Sabre car does have the 10-second penalty, so even if they do get past, probably not going to mean anything. They have got 11.7 seconds to Delachas, so I think that's going to be the big one, where Delachas can close that gap by 2 seconds and get that position. Walk Racing Red quite far off still. Walk, yeah, I think that's pretty much what was meant to happen. Honestly, Daniel Sedgley in that car. New driver to the series, actually. Sedgley drives on Wednesday night in the Porsche Cups as well, because if you want to sign up to the Porsche Cups, or I think that's pretty much it. Oh no, you can sign up to this series. You can do the last round of this series by going to apexracingleague.com, and you can register. We'll drop the price.
Yeah, we're at Atlanta.
In Atlanta. It's a fun race if you want to prep for Petite. It's probably a good show.
Sitting them on the track, which its track layout famously looks like an elephant's head.
Yep.
Which not everyone has spotted, Sam.
Not everyone spotted, but some smart-eyed people like you, Tim.
Not even Greg Ginsberg, who American broadcaster, commentated from there in real life, commentator of the SCCA, all their streams, and he's been there many times. Circuit commentator at Summit Point, a man with lots of wealth of knowledge and experience. And he'd never spotted it until I pointed it out midstream, and it broke him.
Yeah, I mean, how long has it now been in the Mental Institute? A couple of years, hasn't it? It's a shame.
Yeah, poor Greg.
26 seconds the gap between Race Clutch and Effect. Effect have actually dropped the gap slightly across this stint, but Timu if he was relaxed before, he's even more relaxed. Remember, we are minutes away. We are 18 minutes away from Race Clutch becoming champions. They will have over 50 points of an advantage. Way more than 50 points of an advantage. It'll be a huge gap. And remember, this team didn't even finish at Watkins Glen. But they've won 3 of the 4 rounds so far this season. This is going to make it 4 out of 5. It'll put them on 200 points. And that will be unassailable. I think Simify esports might move up into 2nd position in the championship, because no, actually it should still be Fiercely Forward Black, and so we're talking Race Clutch are going to have about 65 points lead going into the last round, which is pretty much the proportion of Verstappen points over the rest of the field. Really does demonstrate just how dominant they have been, Race Clutch. Congratulations. I mean, obviously they still need to, win this race and everything, but with 26 seconds, their margin looks likely as Fiercely Forward Yellow have continued chipping away at that lead, and I think we might be in for a move imminently, Tim.
More curry being added to your bowl, Sam. However, Lane intends to keep it that way. 2 V8s, very different sounds, very different iRatings between these drivers. That's the Cadillac ahead of the BMW. Prestanda Fiercely Forward. Britain versus Colombia. As we head down to 5. This could be the move. This could be the time. As Ruja looks left, looks right. The gap is being closed down wherever he look. Lane remaining absolutely steadfast here, covering off the options, doing it fairly, doing it squarely. And just slowing up on the apex. A defensive masterclass from the Brit right now being played out here. 15 minutes left to go. Can he hold on, Sam Fitzpatrick?
That'd be a long way to hold on. But he's passed the first test at least, and there isn't a big pace difference between these drivers. I mean, it's taken Orjula best part of quarters of an hour to close that 3-second gap. So I wouldn't be shocked. He's been able to pull away a bit here, but of course the advantage that you got in these hybrid cars is that you can afford to wait behind for a couple of laps and then charge your battery up to a point where your pace is almost undeniable and you can pass quite easily on a straight. And I wonder maybe if Orjula can't get this move done very quickly, maybe he'll fall back into that tactic and instead make the overtake in a couple of laps time. By the way, gap between the leaders in the LMP2 is down to 1.5 seconds. Been a poor lap for effect simulation. Literally, as I'm just watching the gap, it's gone from 1.6 to 1.3. Clearly just a bit of traffic. I mean, that's what happens, albeit it's not gone. Went from 1.6 to 1.3, back up to 1.6 in the space of about 15 seconds. So traffic is constantly ebbing and flowing. You can see it on the timing tower. Just keep an eye out for that because it will be close.
Just looking at it, Sam, looking at the sectors, 2 to 3 tenths per sector.
And look at that, nearly 2 seconds faster a couple of laps ago. That last lap was 1 second faster. Nathan Moore is catching up to those guys rapidly. Again, I think that's probably traffic assisted. But Pearsons aren't going to be far away from winning this race. And as 2nd place in the championship, it would be huge if they could somehow win this race. They're only 6.5 seconds off the lead now.
I told you, Sam. You know, Red's coming with your curry. Taylor Lane has just pulled out a bit. Oh, a big chunk of time, Sam. I've just watched that grow by over 2 seconds. Fiercely Forward, I've got stuck in traffic or something has happened because it's leapt like a salmon. Shot up to the stratosphere. A big, big jump. That's car looking good. Maybe even a slight mistake. Bit of a half, you know, where the car gets a bit loose, you have to collect it back up together. I'm not even sure if it was enough for that. Fastest sector 1 of the race just being set by Race Clutch. Thanks to Mikkel Kangas.
Just set his personal best sector 2 as well.
Oh, he's on the flight.
This could be fastest lap of the race.
It's incoming.
Fastest lap so far, 47.86. Race Clutch are the only team to have got into the 47s. I think that's...
Sector 3. Stand by.
This is nice. You can see, look how excited he is. He's going to about to set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, out of the carousel. And there's a clear track ahead of him, Sam. Here we go. What's Sector 4 going to look like as we head through the kink? Full commitment here from the Flying Finn. What's it going to be as we head through the sector?
Oh. It's
slower.
It's still quite good too. Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's a stunning sector 4. No questions asked. 1 sector to go, but that's the Delatraz BMW just in front. Bit of a lift. That'll be okay though. Here we go. Oh no! No!
He's
For the
lost
lead!
fastest lap, but he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's got 27 seconds.
Oh no! No!
Oh,
There's contact, Sam. There's damage. Race clutch have thrown this one away. It's gone. Look, the rear right is destroyed.
He's got so
Broken
much
suspension.
Toe. He's got so much toe. Well, he can actually finish this race potentially without serving the meatball, I think, because iRacing gives you 5 laps, but what's his pace going to be like? Oh, what a change. What a change, Tim.
Flipped on its head, Sam. But
Can we ride on board?
well, the pace he's got though, that's what's...
Oh, he's losing time to the LMP2 though. I think he needs to pit here. I don't think Race Clutch is going to win this race.
Wow.
They might not win the championship tonight.
This could mean, Sam, we could be on for a double effect win.
Yeah.
They haven't won a race all season between any of their teams.
We may need to change to the lead of the LMP2 because Styx has got the gap down to just 0.4 of a second.
Oh, Sam.
And now Effective just set the fastest first sector of anyone. They're 2 seconds faster. No doubt Race Clutch have got to pit.
Going on here, Sam? We've got 11 minutes left. Do not go anywhere, anybody whatsoever.
And I will just point out the gap in the GTD class is down to 2.7 seconds as well. All these class leads will change in the last 20 minutes.
I promise you doubted my non-bred analogy.
I never doubted. Oh, I did doubt the non-bred. I still don't know what it means to him, but I had trust in this. As it gets down to 3/10. I mean, remember, Styx has already made this move. Well, Core have made this move, what, 3 times?
Yes.
I think Effective made it 3 times on them as well.
And let's not forget, Sam, we saw it in the highlights leading up in the build-up, in the pre-race show, about the run to the line, how powerful it is. It is one of the longest runs of any track to the start line. Certainly that is not an oval. Probably Daytona, I would say. It is the only one that's longer. This is
so here
not
we go.
done
So
and
Race Clutch
dusted.
have had to come into the pits. They should come out in 3rd, I reckon.
Well, I don't think they've... Sam, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they've used their fast repair, to my knowledge.
They haven't, but it's such a long pit lane that they're going to lose like 25 seconds, I think. It's annoying, actually. If they'd served it straight away, they may have come out in the lead, but yeah, they're miles behind now. Already Effect Simulations have moved past. So, and Simify will move past as well, but they'll still be ahead of Prestanda and Fiercely Forward Yellow.
Believe so, Sam?
As long as they have got that fast pair. If they haven't got the fast pair, then they probably won't get back on the circuit.
Yeah, there you go, done. Out.
So, there they go.
That's G Sports in the pits behind them, and Delta V as well. So, right, so they're out ahead. Well, they've got a big, comfortable margin to Taylor Prestanda, who's got Fiercely Forward Yellow. Arugula breathing down Lane's neck right now. That's to watch out for. 4th place in LMDH. Sit rep, LMP2, top 3, closing. Certainly the top 2. Don't discredit Pure Sims. If Effect and Core have to get elbows out, have to get down and dirty here at Road America, that gap will diminish in the blink of an eye. In GTD, Sam.
I don't know what is going on with Astro Racing. They've lost all their pace. Ismail Martel is really struggling. He's like going a second a lap slower than what I feel like he was before. Alex Bennett storming along, and Astro are going to lose this lead. It's almost certain. I mean, they're over a second a lap slower, and from leading this race by like over 20 seconds, they're dominating. Astro, their lead has been diminished, and this is just going to be taking candy from a baby.
If Maniti can get ahead, if Bennett can do this quickly and efficiently, can he pull out 5 seconds in 8 minutes?
Because
he backs out of it, Sam.
For viewers who aren't aware, Manatee on the first corner of the race got a 5-second penalty, so they need to pull away by 5 seconds. I think they will do.
That Astro Mercedes AMG GT3 is really loose at the rear. It's struggling for rear grip right now. And this is the moment where Bennett will overtake, surely. Martel trying to initially break that draft. Gets across onto the racing line. Meanwhile, Prestanda surely Well, they somehow do. Hold off fiercely forward. Meanwhile, right round the outside, gonna get it done. Bennett goes for the lead, pushed out onto the grass. Astro, at the hands of Martel, covers it off, hugs that inside line, lives to fight another day. But if Bennett wants to win this one, he needs to get past Astro quickly. He needs to do it now because he needs to open up a 5-second gap to claim victory here in round 5 of the championship. And time is fast running out, Sam. 7 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, he's nearly left the onside open with the LMDH. I don't think Bennett will be too happy with that one because that was a bit of a reactionary block there in order to cover off the inside.
It's hard to know where to look now, Sam. We've got battles for 2 leads. We've got a battle for 4th. Look at that gap, Sam. Pure Sims have gained a 2nd on this top 2. And here comes Sticks. Well, here comes Bennett as well. Where do you look right now as Astro defend the inside on? Down into Canada corner. Bennett on the grass. They're still side by side, digging deep. Around the outside goes Bennett to take the lead in GTD.
And now the 5 seconds building of a gap needs to happen. I think he's got definitely enough time to do it. Definitely got enough time to do it. Meanwhile, Busby was able to hold on against Sticks somehow. But Pure Sims, remember, again, the championship, so big for Pure Sims. 16 points potentially they could gain if they go from 3rd to 1st in this race. As Effect Simulations have had to come into the pits. No, we were anticipating
yes,
that.
we were,
sorry,
anticipating
yes. that. We knew that they had to fit with 6 minutes to go.
But that's Splash Nash.
That will promote Race Clutch back into the lead. Simify, Race Clutch will go into 2nd, and Simify are going to win the LMTH race, almost certainly.
Oh, Sam, this could be one of the best finishes we've ever seen here on Apex Racing TV. Where do you look right now? So much up for grabs, so little time left, 5.5 minutes left on that clock. Half a second, but that gap between Pure Sims and Core is only 2.4 seconds. Nathan Moore is putting in the drive of his life right now. He can sense it. He can see these 2 ahead. He can nearly touch it. But is he going to run out of time? Busby, is Busby partially backing Sticks up into Moore here, Sam? Because he knows then, if Moore will want to take 2nd place, he will start attacking Sticks and not allow Busby just to send it off into the distance and win this one at a canter. It's controversial moments, but here Lane still trying to fend off Arugula somehow, some way. That Cadillac is looking like a weapon in a straight line, and that is what's allowing Prestanda to hold on. The hands of Taylor Moore still going defensive to the inside on the run up the hill to 6, lock up. Is he going to hold on to it? No, that's the moment, and that's the key turning point. Arugula through for fiercely forward yellow. They're into 4th, and Prestanda down to 5th in these closing stages.
So that one should be sorted then. Fiercely forward yellow up to 4th place. And it weren't actually far behind Effect. If Fiercely forward yellow got past quicker, they would have been able to get Effect. But great drive from Robin Mass to recover this for Effect. They should have really won this race. Well, I mean, Race Clutch would argue that they should have won as well. But Effect had a very good chance. They were 2nd place when they crashed out. And they've done well to get a podium.
Sam, I'm sorry, could have crossed you. Beniti are leading by 4 seconds. They're on to do this, Sam. They're only, it's 4.17 seconds is the gap. 8 attempts, that's all they need. 9 attempts certainly will secure this.
They're 3 seconds a lap faster. There's either damage on the Astro car or their tyres are gone. We did see Manatee taking rear tyres on their last pit stop, but I mean, Astro had like a 26-second pit stop, which means tyres, right? Because tyres take 26 seconds. So I think they've got some damage, which they've been limping home. We couldn't see it visually. As
Pure Sims just held up a little bit. Is that Walk Racing yellow?
Walk Racing blue. That one? Yeah, that's not.
This is not. No, not whatsoever. And that gap is starting to grow a little bit. This does not help Moore, and it does not help Effect either. Because what they were hoping for was some more to catch right up. There you go in the foreground. Shaking the camera as they fly on by. Go our top 2. And this is it. Moore needs to get this done into turn 1 if he wants to stand any chance. As just pulls across, gives them the slipstream the whole way down the start-finish straight, pretty much. More slingshots on by, but being held up, I think that may well affect things, Sam. Half a second, still the gap. We've got 2.5 minutes left to go. Where is our leader? How many laps are we going to have, Sam?
Force an extra lap, so we're going to have this lap and then 2 more before we finish this race, because Simify are going to cross the line to start their final lap with about 20 seconds to spare. It's not going to be as close as Le Mans. I wonder if that may be why Martel is going slow for Astro Racing. Maybe he's fuel saving. Could be a shout, but it wasn't as though he pitted.
Why would he that long stop, Sam? At that long left stop? That makes no sense to me.
But he did pit 5 laps earlier. So, I mean, I think you're right, to be fair. I don't think it is fuel. I'm trying to figure out what it could be, but it could be fuel, it could be damage. They're the only 2 things it could be. Martel's a very good driver. He's 7K. Certainly not a lack of ability.
No.
So, yes, it's got to be one of those 2. It cannot be tied. There's no way they could have made
And this is the thing, Sam. Bennett is 7.5K. I mean, at that level, there's not a great difference between the pair of them.
Oh, this is close.
Wow, wow, how Pascal sticks.
And look how Moore now is only 1.5 seconds behind.
Right, Maniti, they're nearly 8 seconds clear of Astro, Sam. They've, wow, all barring a disaster, they've secured pretty much GTD. This is our last battle. Can Moore catch them? He's giving absolutely everything. The kitchen sink, that's been thrown out. The baby with the bathwater, everything. Nothing is being left in reserve here from Nathan Moore of Pure Sims. Digging deep, Sam. Can he do it? It's going to be tight. It's going to be tough. And we're in for a three-way dogfight, surely, on the white flag lap here from Road America. Round 5 is going to go right down to the wire in what has been an enthralling battle right at the front of LMP2. What is that gap? It's 1.43 more. He's definitely catching these 2 around the sort of sectors 3 and 4 and 5 part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know where this pace has come from, Nathan Moore, because he's been in the car for a lot of this race.
Oh, these 2 have been, they were gone out in the distance.
Yeah, they're 25 seconds clear. I can't remember why. I don't think Pearson's got a drive-through. I did look back at the penalty sheet, and the LMDH Pearson's got a drive-through, not the LMP2.
No.
But Court haven't really had a good shot at the race lead for a while, have they? They got sort of alongside once, but it seems like whenever they get close, they sort of make a mistake, like they did on the kink on the last lap. But I do think Pascal Sticks is faster. After all, when they came out of the pits for their last from their last pit stop, he was some 3 seconds behind, and he was able to make up the gap. But he hasn't been able to quite do it on circuit yet. But he's still got another lap to go. These guys are going to be pretty much the last drivers across the line, because Simify Esports are going pretty much around turn 7, turn 8, I think. They're not a whole lot behind, but they won't catch in time, and so we will have 1 more lap to go. And the Pure Sims aren't going to win this race unless these top 2 have some sort of instant. They're just going to come up short, it looks like.
That's how brilliant side-by-side pictures right now. We look back from a fact. On your left, on the right, we ride on board with Nathan Moore of Pure Sims. 1.3 seconds. The gap didn't quite take out of the top 2 what he needed to on this lap. White flag in the air. 1 lap left to go in the battle for LMP2. What has Sticks got against Busby? Can Moore just eat up that gap? It's going to be a tall order here. It'll come right onto that run to the line. His Stick's close enough. He's dropped back. He hasn't got the best exit compared to Busby. As there goes your leader. He's going to take checkered flag. And the win here from round 5. Simify Mark Perez. Great drive from him. But now it's going to come back to, oh, there's a Prestander having a bit of a run to the line with Fiercely Forward in the end.
Yeah, Pestander got a bit... Well, they're still going, are they? See, they're really close. I don't know what's happened to Fiercely Forward Yellow.
They've lost the whole hump.
They've lost it for a bit of time.
There you go, Sam.
Here we go. This could be close. Are they running out of fuel or something?
This is going to be right round the outside lane. Has a good look, looking for the switchback, trying to open up a corner exit. Big old twitch, and that could kill off. And that is going to allow Rijla of Fiercely Forward Yellow just to hold on to that one. Meanwhile, back to LMP2. Here we go. Moore is within a second of Sticks. I think he's a bit too far back, but it's only 3 tenths between Busby and Sticks. What does Sticks do? Does he attack Busby? Does he lead it off? That's your winner. On track, and after time 14 seconds, Maniti, Alex Bennett, what a drive from you in that final 10 minutes to win that. Astro could even lose. Oh, they're around, and this is this really going to play a part in our battle for LMP2 potentially? Where are they? Slowing cars on the exit as they're just about to come up onto it. Busby still leading. Sticks has no reply. Moore, what is he going to do in this run to the line? There's going to get draft as they head up the hill, and Busby for effect simulation is going to take the victory, and LMP2 Sticks in the end for Core in second. And Pure Sims, Nathan Moore, despite the drive of his life, digging deep, deeper than he'd ever dug before, has to settle for third. Oh, Sam, what a finish in LMP2.
1.29 seconds, the gap between first and third. And they all sort of just converged on one another right at the end, but great resolve there from Effect Simulations 908 and Paul Busby, because I don't think he was as fast as Sticks throughout that final stint, and yet he never made a mistake. And even when Sticks caught him with a decent amount of the race to go, it was with about 10 minutes to go, wasn't it? Still wasn't enough for him to be overhauled. Amazing effort from Effect Simulations 908 and a very well-deserved victory, which I think might bring them back into championship contention. I'm not entirely sure. It's going to really mix up the standings. I think Pure Sims will be leading the LMP2s. I think as well, and I don't want to be absolutely sure, I believe we have our champions in LMTH. By my calculations, Race Clutch are going to go into the final round of the championship with a 51-point advantage over Simify Esports. So I believe Race Clutch have won the title by 1 point with 1 round to go in the championship.
Well, let's have some highlights of what we have just witnessed in the last 3 hours of epic racing. We'll be back in the studio after that to talk to some of our drivers, and hopefully maybe even Sam Fitzpatrick might be able to crunch the numbers. Maybe. Just maybe. You never know, quite know. Stay with us. We'll see you shortly when we speak to the drivers.
Welcome back after what has been an absolutely scintillating 3 hours of racing from Road America. Where did that time actually go?
I think definitely race of the season, wasn't it? Because of the action in the final. 20 minutes in particular, where there was a few kind of battles that we were expecting to converge with one another, and they absolutely did. And yeah, definitely best race of the season and best finish of the season as well.
Yes, I would definitely go with that one. Absolutely standing. Road America never fails to deliver, does it?
No, it's a very, very good circuit. I think one of the best in the world, absolutely. Especially for sports car racing. It's IMSA in real life this weekend. But I mean, let's talk about that kind of theory battle in LMP2. I think definitely the highlight for me. Just again, I said it in the sim, but Busby was incredibly resilient to hold on to that lead. And frankly, Sticks may think, obviously you lose a race by half a second, you think that you're going to win. Probably there was an opportunity to win, but I don't think he did necessarily anything wrong there, did Sticks, because Busby always kept him at arm's length distance throughout that final 15 minutes. Well,
and even in the first stint where you had obviously Dawson versus his name well, it completely escapes me right now. It will come to me. Thank you, Sven Newman. I should know that. I've heard so many times. He's a great driver. Equally, those two were interlocked for the whole of the first half of the race as well. Let's just see some of the highlights in the background right now.
Like those two teams were never more than 5 seconds away from one another.
Never. Despite completely different strategies, Sam.
Yeah, they went for that short first stint, did Core, and I don't think that was really a factor in the end. I don't think it advantaged one team or the other. In the end, they both took the same amount of fuel across the race, but it did mean that it effectively got that track position after the final stop, after being behind for most of the race, and were able to convert it. And then, of course, we had that incident with Race Clutch, just as they were going to go for the fastest lap, and they just have a solo spin and then they get collected by another driver. However, I did do the maths, and that was partially due to the long pause that we had before coming in here. However, the gap, it will be 51 points. So they've won it. They've won it. Race Clutch are champions. Kia Yamamoto is a 5-time champion. It's like when Michael Phelps won his 37th gold or something back in Rio. It's that level of stuff. Congratulations, Kia Tiago. Didn't finish the race today, but he did start it. He drove fantastically. It's not a race win. It's the first race that they've finished without winning this season, but a second place, by my calculations at least, is enough for them to win the title.
Well, I mean, flawless. Other than that one mistake right at the end, Race Clutch has just been literally unbeatable, pretty much.
Yeah, they would have won tonight by half a minute if it weren't for that.
Watkins Glen, that incident with the back, they were leading by 45 seconds, Sam. Then an incident involving the back marker, saw them having to retire. Again, they would have won that one at a canter. I mean, those are some very, very talented young lads.
They really
and, well, definitely a bright future ahead for them. Should we take a little look, though, at some classified results? Should we do this?
Well, I'd say we say classified, the post-race penalties haven't been applied. But
very true.
We can apply them ourselves, because it was Simify esports. They won, they were clean, they had no problems. The only problems they did have was us not being able to identify them. I thought they were off the circuit. Were they off the circuit at the start? They were off the circuit. They were off the circuit on turn 1, remember?
Yes, they were.
Because it was them in MA70.
Yes.
MA70 got involved in an incident at turn 2. So Simify were last, basically, after turn 1. And they managed to win by 8.6 seconds. Had a Race Clutch who win the title. Effect Simulations 909, who was so unlucky with that Bill Mitchell bend crash. Yes. They could have won if it weren't for that. Fiercely Forward Yellow were in 4th position. Then it was Pistanda Nomad, Scuderia Volpe Viola, then Volpe Verde, Pure Sims Esports MDH, they had a drive-through. MA70 Esports were in 9th, then SPC4 Black in 10th.
Yes, those last two, one lap down. Across into LMP2, Effect take the victory from Core and Pure Sims. Look at that, 1.2 seconds covering our top 3 after 3 hours of racing. Say about 90, well, they sort of drifted away towards then. Callum Regan put in a stunning performance early on for them to bring them home in 4th. There's Delatraz in 5th. Last cars finishing class on the lead lap. Walker Racing Red, 1 lap down. The Effect 906, what part did they play in securing the victory for the sister car in class? Absolute Motorsport Salif We're also 1 lap down in 8th. Then it's Alpha Esports Blue, Walk Racing Yellow running out the top 10. And the last car to be 1 lap down. Then 2 laps down was Walk Racing Blue in 11th. Alpha Esports 41 laps down, and your retirement there.
And then our GTD finishing results, Manatee Racing, 17 seconds. Only 12 seconds, however, they did have a 5-second penalty. Didn't matter, I was ruling them out, but they managed to still win. Impulse Racing, there could be penalties after the race for this. I think Neonite potentially are in line. Impulse, though, I think that's a safe 2nd place, but I'm not 100% sure. Then it was Neonite, then Astro, who were leading until the final 5 minutes. Della Chaz, apologies, Automated by Drive X were in 5th. Then it was Sabre Esports 92, Delta V Racing number 2. Arnage Competition, who were dominating. They did get back to 8th. I thought they might get to 6th. I don't think they were too far off that 6th place, honestly. And then it was Sabre Esports 91 in 9th. A good recovery from them. 2000, an awful start. Then it was Deutsch Sim Racing Esports. Junkers Hollinger Esports, Delta V Racing, Aerokinetics, SDK E-Racing Team, 3D Rap Squadra Corse, Corsim Racing GTD, Sher Esports, Sable Esports 93, Valkyrie Competition, and Effect Simulations 904 to finish our drivers 81 laps down. That last team were. Well, shall we have a chat with a couple of our drivers?
So we've got our race winners, and actually, Sam, we can. Well, sorry, not race winners. Apologies. As you have calculated officially.
I have calculated.
Do you think they know? I think as you've done the maths calculations.
Okay, I'll do
I think you should have the honours.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have Kia Tiago Marto now joining us, I believe. Kia Tiago, did you hear what we were just saying before?
I heard it partly, but...
Okay, well, we think you are the champions for this season because by our calculations, you will go into the last round with a 51-point advantage. It's 50 points for winning this series, and so I think you are unassailable. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm a bit speechless, really. The first for the team, and well, my 5th championship in ARL. So, well, I mean, just crazy.
Exactly. I think the next highest in ARL is like 2 or 3, and so you are absolutely unassailable now when it comes to this this title collection in Apex Racing League. We'll have a quick word on tonight. A little bit of disappointment, I imagine. We were on that lap when Timu had his incident. Was he going for fastest lap? Because we saw the time board light up and we were getting excited. In fact, actually, Timu, I think, is with us as well. Timu, were you going for fastest lap on that lap? Because we were getting really excited. We were expecting to see like a 47.8 or something. And then, unfortunately, you had that spin. Talk us through it.
No, I wasn't necessarily going for a fastest lap, but we saw that I don't need to save fuel anymore, so I just thought that I would push a bit more, like not push, but still no need to save anymore. But then I overtook the GT car outside, and when it was a bit offline for the braking, and it bounced and unsettled the car, and I lost it there a bit. But yeah, bit unnecessarily hit from the car behind. I think he saw it from miles away, but nothing we can do.
No, it was still...
It's unfortunate, but glad that it was enough still.
Absolutely. It was still a really good drive from yourself. I mean, how did you find, Timu, the car track combination and the traffic element? Because I think this was your first round of the championship. How did it feel out there dealing with, you know, the GTD and the LMP2 cars?
It was okay. It was not the first time with this combo and these cars on track, so it wasn't necessarily a new thing. But of course, it's different when you're racing in a league race. So yeah, I was trying to be easy on the cars ahead coming on the traffic, but yeah, it was okay driving wise.
Absolutely, it certainly looked very good for you out there. And Keo, returning to you, I mean, like you said, another championship victory for your team. I mean, we spoke after the prototype championship. what car are you going to drive next? And you said you're going to stick with the LMDH. Are you happy with the LMDH for the foreseeable future? And what sorts of, the next goal? Obviously, you still got the next round of championship, but beyond that, have you got any goals as a team and as a driver in this car?
Well, of course, I want to stick with LMDH, also for iRacing farming purposes. I'm still 6.7k, and I really want to reach 7k and maybe 8k. But of course, I'm very open for or to learn other cars. For example, GT3, I'm really interested in at some point. But first, I want to spend some more time in LMDH and. Get some iRacing and maybe some more league wins. I think that would be pretty good.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure you'll go far beyond 8k. I remember the days, of course, when you were 2.5k and still winning professional championships. So it was still very good. Well, before we let you go, guys, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Well, Timo, you go first.
Yeah,
you go first.
Yeah, of course, for the team, for the help, all the help and everything they have done. Yeah, of course, it feels nice to be a champion. If it's official yet, yes, I think.
I think it is. Yeah, well, I've said it is, so it is.
Yeah. So of course, it feels great, even after the race was what it was, but. Yeah, thanks for the team especially, and of course for Gio, Giga drive from Gio.
Oh yeah, thanks to you for me as well. You just did mega. The last two stints were very good. And for me also, thank you for the team, for the help, for their trust in us. And also, well, shout out to you guys for bringing this broadcast and organizing this. Well. The special league, I'd say, Endurance Championship is something special. So, thanks for that.
Awesome. Well, thanks guys for coming up and having a chat with us, and I'm sure we'll see you very soon on Apex Racing TV and Apex Racing League. And best of luck that you can finish off the season with another one.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So that was our race clutch drivers, Kia Tiago Mate and Timu Milikangas, and our championship winners, and they seemed very happy. Weren't sure at the time, but 51 points enough for them to take.
Dominant all season long. I mean, bar incidents, we've wrapped it up ages ago, I think, realistically. Sam, that's the scary thing. It's very, very talented individuals there with a bright future, I think, ahead of them.
Absolutely.
Now, let's have a move across into LMP2, from one winner to another. Now joined by the Effect Boys of Andy Dawson and Paul Busby. Welcome along. Wow, I mean, that looked tough out there. Stix and Newman really seemed to take the fight to you all race long, and certainly in the commentary booth kept us both guessing.
Tim, I have never sweated so much in my life. That was so intense. Pascal hunting me down towards the end. Honestly, the traffic was tough. Andy did a great job on the first stint. Obviously, the pit stop kind of got split a little bit where they boxed early, so it made it really interesting throughout the whole race. But just buzzing to get to the end and managed to hold off by, 0.3 of a second or whatever at the end. So yeah, buzzing.
And from looking at your relative, I'm sure Andy was working with you, saying you were working with him, Paul, when Andy was in the car. Were you seeing what Pure Sims were doing, how they were just taking time out of the pair of you, left, right and centre? And did that play a little bit of part of the tactics that you were using against Pascal?
To be honest, Andy was letting me know that if I didn't sort it out, then we were going to get P3. So I had to pull my trousers up and really pump in some laps. So the last kind of 2 or 3 laps were literally the best I had. So if it wasn't enough, it wasn't to be. But luckily for me, it was.
And for yourself as a driver pairing, You know, obviously it's been a big year for the pair of you. Earlier on, you know, making it into the broadcast split for the Sebring 12-hour, and you know, going on to have a really strong result there. Obviously, you know, winter nights. You know, I remember yourself when I first started out in my commentary career. You know, seeing yourself, Paul, in GT3s, obviously being persuaded and bullied into giving LMP2 a go, and then now absolutely loving it. I mean, what's the future hold for you two as a driver pairing? You're looking really strong and comfortable with one another.
Yeah, massive shout out to Andy. Ever since I've been driving with him, I've improved massively. It's all down to the amount of practice and help and hours of sitting looking at telemetry and everything else. We feel really comfortable with each other. We work really well together. There's no holds back when we're in the Discord channel together. But it's all just to push and improve. And yeah, Andy, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, I think really the main thing here is how much Paul's come on. Really, I think I've improved as well, but nowhere near as much as Paul has. I think ever since we first did our first endurance together back in, I think it was December last year, and it was just like one of those BS 6 hours. You know, he was a little bit nervous around traffic, but ever since then, he's just come on leaps and bounds. And I think as a pairing, will just work really well.
Oh, well, it's definitely showing out on track. Congratulations. Good luck for Atlanta. Before we let you both go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, just a massive shout out to Tim and everyone at Effect Simulations. Go and check us out, type it in on Google, beautiful carbon fibre rigs. Thank you very much. Tim, Sam, great effort with the broadcast as well. Absolutely love it, can't wait to watch it back. Thanks a lot.
Oh, absolute pleasure. That's the Effect Simulation team from LMP2. Paul Busby and Andy Dawson, your winners here in class. I mean, talk about coming down to the wire. That one's going to live rent-free in my mind for quite a while, I'd say.
I think so. Hopefully there'll be some extra Apex Racing League social media content over the next week or so from this race, and I think we won't be short on stuff to clip and post.
Let's talk, Sam, before we close things out here today. Stormforce Spotlight. Where'd you begin on that one?
I think the near miss. I think the near miss.
I think it was a good one, wasn't it?
Like,
it's a little bit good.
I mean, we had the option potentially of having like 3 clips potentially for the public to vote on. So, I mean, technically it's like 10, but I think that'd be a bit much. But I think probably 2 or 3.
And I think little reminder up for grabs this week. So you can have one. I'll have the other one. It's a double prize. It's the mouse mat and the mouse.
Yeah.
Could be winging its way to, well, the winner of the poll on Instagram stories.
And Twitter as well. It's now on Twitter. So you can vote twice if you want, but most likely it covers a few more people. So yeah, certainly vote on that. And of course, once again, thanks to Stormforce and thanks to ASUS. Of course, there's a link in the description below, and use the discount code ASUS ARL 10 in order to get 10% off your order on all of their PC products. Have a check out on it, because if you're looking for any upgrade, or maybe not even looking for an upgrade right now, I'm sure there's something that you want to buy from Stormforce Gaming. Thanks to them for supporting this championship.
Most definitely. Most definitely. And briefly mentioned on it, Road Atlanta, 3 weeks time, we make the short trip from Road America to Road Atlanta. Ooh, Sam, that's a treacherous track when it comes to traffic management.
I think it's going to be the toughest round of the season when it comes to the traffic management.
You said the hardest till last, Sam.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of a warm-up. I think Le Mans was by far the easiest, and this one was maybe the second toughest of the season. And Atlanta was be the toughest because you got those SS section. It's really tricky if you're a prototype car to be able to get past in those S's, and often you just have to wait behind. Especially now that maybe the MDHs can pass midway through the S's, but the LMP2s will certainly struggle to do that. And so really the gaps can ebb and flow. It's a fantastic multi-class circuit, fantastic race circuit up here, up with Road America in terms of tight finishes, I think, because like that final sector of the lap is so good for getting the cutback and the run to the line right at the end. And so I'm very much looking forward to that. And it seems like the field is so competitive now that all of our classes are going down to the wire tonight, and will happen in 3 weeks' time as well.
So no questions asked, but I'm sad, Sam, because we've got to wait 3 weeks to find out the season finale. But as for tonight, well, Road America, always great as a spectacle, and it never fails to deliver. And yet again, Dylan, scintillating finishes in all 3 classes. Can we do it again in 3 weeks' time? Well, make sure you tune in and find out. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell icon so you know when we go live. Give us a like, all that jazz. Follow us on social media so you can catch up and see what makes it for the Stormforce Spotlight at Apex Racing TV on all the socials. Make sure you check that one out. But, well, from myself, Tim Cox, and Sam Fitzpatrick, thank you very much for joining us for the last 3 hours of entertainment, thrills, spills, enjoyment. And we'll see you in 3 weeks' time from Atlanta. Good night. Goodbye.